October 1991. Mountaineers in the high Alps find a body in a pass that cuts over the main Alpine ridge, dividing Austria and Italy. They notify police. The corpse is 10,000 feet above sea level. Weather delays the forensic team, so local authorities use ski poles and ice picks to free the body and its unique effects. They don't realize they're handling the earliest, best-preserved human mummy ever found on the planet. And he's more than 5,000 years old.
What was found was a really extremely well-preserved body. Not just bone, but skin and flesh and eyes and hair. Now that in itself is unusual from such a very long ago period. But what really did make it quite extraordinary was that all his clothes were there and all his equipment too. So that is totally unique. There's nothing else like that in archaeology from such a very remote period.
The mummy was found in a remote part of the Ötztal Alps, first thought to be inside the border of Austria. It's later determined to be 300 feet inside Italy. Forensic authorities send the mummy on to the University of Innsbruck Anatomical Institute. It's no unsolved murder, but it is a mystery. Marvelous stuff in archaeological history. 5,000 years ago, agriculture was the mainstay of European life. People had settled into villages to tend crops and livestock. Millions of people had spread across Europe.
We have a pretty good idea how the village of the Iceman would have looked. We are sure that a few families lived there together, and that every family had their own house. If we say that 4, 6, or 8 houses formed a village, we are probably correct. It could not have been a very big village, since the economical conditions in the high mountains were very difficult. A few fields were worked, and the animals were taken to the meadows.
Stone tools defined most of the Stone Age. By the Iceman's time, they were polished, refined, and diverse. People used stone tools for everything from harvesting to hunting, but the flint arrowhead may have been the most critical instrument. Earlier hunter societies used wooden arrowheads, especially for hunting birds. And even in the late Stone Age, hunters made arrowheads from bone and antler when they had no flint.
The most important weapon for survival was for sure his longbow and arrows. He made them himself, and he used the very best materials nature could offer him. Wood of yew, lime wood. For the string, he used long, slim shoots of a woolen ball. For the arrow points, he used sharpened flintstone.
The Iceman's arrowheads were flint, a useful clue for investigators. Microfossils give the stone a unique fingerprint which researchers were able to trace. The Iceman's arrowheads came from an area 250 miles away in southern Germany. Flint was widely traded, probably by merchants who crossed the Alps to do so. But questions about these artifacts remain. 2 of the 14 arrows were finished but broken. The rest were blanks.
Here you had this wonderfully preserved longbow plus a sheaf of arrows, 14 of them. The arrows, apart from 2, weren't fit to use, that's to say they weren't completed, and nor indeed was the longbow completed. It wasn't notched. So you have this really rather enigmatic situation that he was apparently carrying a longbow and a quiver full of arrows, which really weren't fit to use.
In the late Stone Age, hunting was still a big part of life in the Alps. Agriculture and livestock gave people basic nutrition, but wild animals added protein to the harvest, utility to tools and weapons, and furs and skins to the cold weather wardrobe. Pursuing large predators was undoubtedly a group activity for the Iceman. But among his personal possessions were a variety of tools he would have used. Their craftsmanship amazed researchers and included 17 types of wood.
He used the appropriate timber for the appropriate purpose, for making the longbow and making the axe handle, and he had a little dagger, flint-tipped dagger, with a handle made of ash. And ash is often used to this day to make handles. The timber is well suited to that particular purpose.
It's a dagger rather than a knife, because the blade has two sharp cutting edges. The Iceman probably carried it on his belt in a finely braided scabbard, whose expert braiding stunned the archaeologists. Animal sinew thread, as strong as nylon thread, was used to bind the handle. He used the dagger to skin and dismember the kill, clean the hide, and cut the meat into strips. He chose the strongest material available for this critical point. He wanted a stable dagger suited to its use. He'd use the dagger to turn animal hide into coverings for feet and head. His bearskin hat was 10 inches high. Each shoe was made of a grass cord net that covers instep and heel. It held grass in place that's stuffed in to keep feet warm. The outside was made from an oval piece of leather with edges turned up and bound with leather straps. The soles were bear hide. Before the Iceman, researchers had no evidence of Neolithic clothes. Finding a whole set is invaluable to knowledge about the late Stone Age. For the researchers, the Iceman asks and answers his own best questions. They say the man fell asleep and was covered by snow. It mummified his body before a glacier flowed over him and kept his body from decomposing. The mummy is 5 feet 2 and weighs just over 28 pounds. In life, the Iceman was 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed 110 pounds. The atomic structure of his bones told anthropologists his age at death, at least 45 years old, a great age for the Neolithic. Carbon-14 dating proved his real age much greater. He was in the glacier for 5,200 years. The Iceman brought many surprises to the archaeologists, but how would they explain a copper axe? Historically, the Copper Age wouldn't begin for 1,000 years.
Von ganz besonderer Bedeutung war ohne Zweifel das Beil, das mit sich führte.
The hatchet he carried along was without a doubt of special meaning. The shaft is of excellent yew wood, and the very sharp point is made of copper. This object was used as a weapon and as a tool. Its possession was very likely a status symbol.
The Copper Age was thought to be near 2000 BC, but archaeologists had to reconsider the dates they had assigned this prehistoric period, as the Iceman preceded this by at least a millennium. Carefully monitored in near glacial conditions, this mummy from the Stone Age still has some stories to tell.
Discovery Sunday is sponsored in part by Keep in Touch with Friends and Family. Use MCI to get great long-distance rates on all your long-distance calls here and around the world.
Thank heaven for little...
Anna is driving me crazy.
Ma chérie, it can't be that bad.
She won't eat. She won't nap. I'm telling you, Mama. No. It's her favorite word.
MCI lets you call Western Europe for just 9 cents a minute all weekend long. So calling family over there is like calling family over here.
You've never seen such a difficult child.
Oh, yes, I have.
Call 1-800-476-SAVE to sign up now and get 1 hour of free calling to anywhere in the world.
You're watching Iceman Mummy from the Stone Age on the Discovery Channel.
Mitsubishi Montero Sport, the fastest growing SUV in its class. Need one? This brain-altering box will change the way you think about clean. Introducing the new Kenmore Elite Washer with Calypso Wash Motion. It makes laundry look better than anyone ever thought possible. The agitator has been removed, and the patented Calypso Wash Motion has arrived. Clothes no longer spin through dirty water. Instead, they bounce freely as a waterfall cascades over them. With this washer, you'll have more room than you can imagine. You'll wash things you once took to the cleaners. You'll even save water and energy. Want to learn more? Call now or visit our website. Kenmore Elite with Calypso Wash Motion, exclusively at Sears, where you can try it risk-free for 1 year. See store for details. Think you don't need a new washing machine? Think again. See for yourself at Sears. The good life at a great price, guaranteed.
This is a news break from Discovery.com.
A Canadian study indicates red squirrels prepare for their offspring even before they're conceived. A female red squirrel may start building an extra storage of nuts up to 4 months before her offspring are born. 10 months later, one of her offspring leaves the nest with a stash of its own.
For the latest science and other news, go to Discovery.com News and watch Discovery News Fridays at 9 p.m.
More Grant Goodyear means more than tires, more than great service. More Grant Goodyear means commitment. More Grant Goodyear offers full service on everything from passenger cars to 18-wheelers, including a full line of tires for all vehicles, from cars, farm equipment, motorhomes, travel trailers, and earth movers. More Grant also offers one of the largest 24-hour roadside services in Sinlaw. A tire on your car or a big boom truck for your farm equipment. It's More Grant Goodyear, 2 locations, Jackson Street in Dorchester and Upper 3rd Street past Rapids Hospital.
Could you use a little extra cash? Everybody could. So do what everybody else does. Stop by Silver Dollar Pawn and Jewelry Center at the corner of Masonic and Lee in Alexandria. Any reason is a good reason. And the best part is that we make it so easy. No hassle, no credit check, no collection calls, no checking account. Just right now cash. So stop by Silver Dollar Pawn and Jewelry Center today, Sinlaw's best place to borrow cash.
Now,
Agriculture changed Neolithic Europe. Domesticated food gave people more control over their lives. Villages arose, and people settled down as crops and domesticated animals demanded time and space, and offered them stability that hunting and gathering could never match. But this new revolution was not an abrupt shift from the past. The Iceman brought key evidence for this. In his society, people would have had a variety of new skills for daily life: planting, tilling, harvesting, with specialized tasks developing. But nothing was so stable they could abandon old ways. The agricultural revolution did create a new world, but he was still very much a part of the old. Hunting, gathering, and his reliance on nature continued to be central to his life.
At that time, people ate a mixed diet. One part of the diet consisted of plants and vegetables, and another part consisted of animals. The humans at the time of the Iceman bred animals for food. We do believe that those were sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs, but the needs for meat were supplemented through the hunt. That's why the man carried along a hunting weapon. Humankind also fished.
In the lab, researchers noted the Iceman's teeth were worn and rough, probably from eating tough dried meat and hard bread. They examined the contents of the Iceman's stomach and intestines, which confirmed that he was from the south, and his diet included meat, grains, and vegetables.
We know a lot about the Iceman's last meal because, luckily, the botanists in Innsbruck and myself here in Glasgow, we've investigated a small amount of food residue that was extracted from his colon. And we know that he had been eating the primitive cereal called einkorn, probably as a kind of bread, because it had been rather finely ground. We also know that he had been eating meat because there are undigested meat fibers in the colon samples too. So it's quite clear from that alone that he had an omnivorous diet. That's to say, he was eating plant material and he was eating animal material.
Domesticated cereals were the main source of carbohydrates in the Neolithic diet. A primitive variety of wheat called einkorn was one of a few domesticated grains used in the Iceman's region in the late Stone Age. The einkorn wheat was probably ground into meal and made into a kind of flatbread. Some of the Iceman's tooth wear may have been due to the grinding of cereals in quartz sandstone containers, but he had no cavities. Food wasn't processed enough in the Neolithic to cause tooth decay. Yeast can't make bread rise unless wheat grains have high levels of gluten, a mixture of plant proteins that makes the dough elastic. Einkorn wheat's low gluten levels mean its bread was hard like a cracker and hard on the teeth when eaten as a cereal. Botanical evidence from inside and outside the body offered researchers important clues. Hundreds of specimens were found from the Iceman's clothes, as well as from the endoscopic examinations. Diet and origin of plants were both traced, some giving very specific information. He had eaten a hop fresh from the plant within a half day of his death. The nearest plants grew 5 to 6 hours to the south. He also carried a piece of fruit from a sloe bush, which blooms in early spring. Sloe fruits ripen in fall, but are too acidic to eat raw. But the fruit is edible if dried or cooked, and has been valued since ancient times for its high vitamin and mineral content.
There was one fruit of sloe, and this solitary fruit was found close to the body, so it seems extremely likely that he had been carrying it. Now, if you try eating a fresh sloe, it's extremely bitter, so you wouldn't continue. But if you dry them, they become much more palatable. So it's perhaps not too surprising that he was carrying them.
Examination revealed that the Iceman's last meal was flatbread of einkorn wheat, an herb or green vegetable, and meat. But examining his stomach and colon contents gave researchers much more than dietary information. Something else shared this space, and it probably wasn't listed on his menu.
The analysis of the colon contents doesn't just tell us about what he was eating. It tells us something about his state of health, because on the microscope slides that have the bran of the primitive wheat and the meat fibers, there are eggs of an intestinal parasite called whipworm. Now, if he had a bad infestation of the whipworm, he may have been diarrheal, and he may even have had dysentery. There's another line that tells us about the state of his health in the last 6 months of his life, because his fingernails had stopped growing, and they had stopped growing 3 times, and that shows up as lines in the nail plate, and they're called Bow's lines. Well, your fingernails only stop growing if you are seriously ill. So we can say that in the last 6 months of his life, he was seriously ill 3 times.
Something else about the Iceman reflected his health. 47 marks on his legs and back are the oldest known tattoos, and may be the earliest evidence of acupuncture. The simple shapes are organized in groups of 1 to 7 lines, parallel to the length of the body. Many are at meridians, points that correspond to internal organs. Acupuncture was thought to have originated in China, 2,000 years after the time of the Iceman. Acupuncture treatment relieves pain and inflammation, possibly by changing the levels of certain chemicals in the brain. Acupuncturists perforate the skin with needles at meridians, points that correspond to internal organs. For chronic diseases like arthritis, some therapies use tattoos. Tattoos on the Iceman's back and left leg are at classic acupuncture points for treating arthrosis or bone degeneration of the lumbar spine. 9 of 15 tattoo groups are on the urinary bladder channel that runs along the back to the feet. This is the main place to treat back pain. Sharing a few social drinks with friends probably made the treatment easier to take. There's evidence that Neolithic people cultivated opium plants, but the Iceman brought no direct evidence of intoxicant use or spiritual practices in his region. Tattooing and other skin decoration are found at all times and among nearly all people on Earth. But researchers proved that the Iceman's tattooing was a form of therapy designed to ease joint pain. In this late Neolithic European form of acupuncture, the skin was pierced just like in tattooing, probably with a needle made from bone. On the Iceman's body, 5 tattoos are on or near acupuncture points related to digestive functions. These channels connect to gallbladder, liver, and spleen. Puncture marks were made permanent when charcoal from animal bones was rubbed into the skin. Simple acupuncture directly stimulates areas of pain. But experts found the Iceman's marks were more complex.
Until now, acupuncture was believed to date back to the time just around the birth of Christ, or, at the most, 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. Now, we suddenly see that a system very similar to acupuncture had already existed in the Middle European regions 5,200 years ago. Exactly in this area is the tattoo of the little cross. As I said, this is the master point against back pain. And you can see where this point, a remote point, affects the bladder meridian leading to the lumbar area, where it is supposed to have a very strong effect on relieving back pain.
Such therapy arising simultaneously across cultures could mean prehistoric people had a deep, possibly intuitive knowledge of the body. X-rays showed the Iceman had bone degeneration in the lumbar spine and joints of the hip, knee, and ankle. But just how much he knew about medicinal remedies would continue to surprise the scientists.
If you do one thing, you've done something. Come see what a Land Rover Discovery is made of.
1, Ore-Ida. 2, Ore-Ida. 3, Ore-Ida. 4.
New recipe golden crinkles from Ore-Ida. Our crispiest, crunchiest French fries ever. Only Ore-Ida has the new resealable Zip Crisp bag. Ore-Ida, the crunch you can count on.
You're watching Iceman Mummy from the Stone Age on the Discovery Channel.
What will I be like a year from now? How much will I grow? How strong will I be? In 5 years? In 10 years? Where does my future start? You'd be surprised.
You're watching the Discovery Channel.
I don't know. I had to ask my mom what I did in the millennium. Mom, did we do anything? Nah. I had millennium shoes. Yeah, they got sparkles around them everywhere.
Time's running out. Don't miss the Walt Disney World Millennium Celebration.
Deep within the deserts of Peru lies a mystery of lost tombs. But the secret isn't inside the tomb. It lies inside the mummy. The Desert Mummies of Peru, coming up next, only on the Discovery Channel.
Being caught in life rather than preserved in burial, the 5,000-year-old Iceman mummy and his belongings bring us a broad look at the late Stone Age.
One of the great lessons that the Iceman teaches us is how intimately these late Neolithic people knew their environment.
Late Stone Age people lived close to nature and had time to observe and experiment. Trial and error taught them about the uses and healing properties of plants and fruit. The Iceman carried many kinds of plants, including ancient natural therapies.
There are two types of mushrooms found with the body. There were a couple that had been cut into rings, a bit like donuts, on a string. And they turned out to be a bracket fungus, which infects birch trees. This particular fungus is known to have antibiotic properties. It seems very plausible that he was carrying that particular fungus for medicinal purposes.
Antibiotics stay in the mushroom a long time after the mushroom dies. The Iceman carried dried ones, which would have retained their medicinal properties during his travels. This suggests he may have recognized it as a treatment for infectious disease.
There was a second species of mushroom, the true tinder fungus, and it was in his little belly bag. One of the extraordinary things about the discovery was that he had a little bag that we'd have tied round his middle with a variety of contents, and it became clear that the bag was his tinder kit. So he was keeping his tinder material dried. There were little flints, and there was iron pyrites, and there was this true tinder fungus.
Here's how the tinder kit may have been used. He scrapes the flammable part of the tinder fungus into a bowl and grinds it down. He then strikes a flint core against a lump of sulfur and iron crystals called pyrites. When a spark catches in the tinder, he adds oxygen, then uses dried plant parts to feed the blaze. Now he can use the flame to light other fires. He could even make fire in the snow. Fire making dates back tens of thousands of years. The Iceman's tinderbox and its complex contents is the only prehistoric example of a firelighter kit. Up to 30 mosses were found with the Iceman.
You've got to remember that 5,300 years ago, there were no such things as polythene bags, and you didn't have tissue paper, you didn't have sort of wrapping paper. In those days, mosses had that type of purpose. They were used for wiping, for packing, for stuffing. It's possible that he was carrying the moss as toilet paper. It's possible that he was carrying it as wrapping for his provisions.
Across the Alps, archaeologists have pieced together proof of Neolithic trade. Raw materials like flint, jade, shells, and copper were exchanged over routes extending hundreds of miles. Occasional finds of imported pottery indicate trade in contents, not containers. Pottery would have been made in the Iceman's own village.
The Iceman and his fellows can't be thought of as primitive. They were different from us. They were just as intelligent, but they didn't, of course, have the high level of technology that people in modern times have.
There were still many elements of nature that people of the late Stone Age couldn't control. Bears were among the most dangerous and unpredictable. The Iceman didn't live where he died, more than 10,000 feet above sea level. He lived in the south, where the seasons were pronounced, but the winters less severe. Winter conditions still would have been dramatic, and the Iceman's village would have had to prepare. Snowfall would have been deep and unpredictable over a season lasting many months. It was the Iceman's most challenging time of year, but a wealth of wildlife inhabited this region. Some wildlife thrives at this time of year. Animals that didn't hibernate became potential wintertime emergency rations for the Iceman's village. Many became easier to track in the snow and slower. With agricultural work on hold, winter became an important season for the Iceman to reacquaint himself with the wild.
Iceman Mummy from the Stone Age on the Discovery Channel.
From Energizer, a whole new battery with a heart of titanium that lets you take power to the next level.
Paula and her son Paul, Clarence and his grandson Willie, Penny and her little sister Vicky. For 38 years, generations of Walmart associates have been helping generations of Walmart customers find great products at great prices. And now to celebrate, we're rolling back prices throughout the store. After all this time, we're proud of who we are, but we're even prouder of what we do for you. Just ask Bessie, her daughter Pat, and her granddaughter India.
You're watching the Discovery Channel.
Before icky weather hits, let Gemini take a closer look at your car.
Right now, we'll change your oil, inspect your hoses, top off your antifreeze, analyze your battery condition, and check your brakes. But we won't stop there. We'll rotate your tires, measure your tread depth, and adjust your air pressure. We'll even replace your wiper blades, all for just $44.
Plus, give you a free jug of blue wiper stuff so you can see where you're going.
Gemini Automotive Care.
We're making drivers smile.
When great television high-tech shows make you want more tech action, go to discovery.com and click on Tech. Find unique interactives that actually let you build your own roller coaster or dig a super tunnel. Search our aviation files for more on high-tech planes or take a virtual tour of an aircraft carrier. And bookmark our site for news and information on the latest gadgets. Discover something new every day. Go to discovery.com. Click on Tech.
Next, the Desert Mummies of Peru, and later, Mummies, the Real Story, on the Discovery Channel. Deep within the deserts of Peru lies a mystery of lost tombs, but the secret isn't inside the tomb. It lies inside the mummy. The Desert Mummies of Peru, coming up next, only on the Discovery.
These 5 volumes contain the entirety of the Louisiana Workers' Compensation Act. It defines your relationship with your employer if you've been injured on the job. My name's Jay Pishu, and I've been handling cases under this act for over 10 years. If you've been injured on the job and need to know your rights, give me a call for a free consultation.
Jay Pishu, attorney at law in Marksville, here for you today to protect your tomorrow.
Man, there ain't nothing going on here.
Don't you mean there ain't nothing to do?
Hey, what was that?
It's full time, man. Find it at D'Amico's Bingo, boys.
Man, that guy is something.
Yeah, something.
Hunting was an important winter activity for men of the Iceman's village. The number of domestic animals would be reduced over a prolonged winter, and the village would depend on wild kill for fresh meat. His need to hunt would also coincide with his need to drive away predators, such as lynx, wolves, and bears. Other animals competed with the Iceman's sheep and goats for fodder during winter. A successful winter hunt often protected the village livestock and provided fresh meat and skins. As the most examined mummy in history, the Iceman has had researchers and their equipment peering at every inch of his body. Early after his discovery, he thawed a little and fungus started growing on him. Now he's closely monitored, rarely removed from cold storage of 43 degrees Fahrenheit and 96 to 98% humidity. The outer layers of his skin are missing, as is his hair, possibly from being submerged in the glacier. But investigators found this head hair from the mummy at the site. Oxford University researchers tested the hair for chemicals and found that he'd been exposed to high levels of arsenic. Smelting copper ore produces arsenic vapor, so the results suggest he had metalworking skills. The surface analysis of the axe head shows the metal is 99.7% copper, 0.22% arsenic.
Die Untersuchungen haben gezeigt, dass
Examinations showed that the hair of the Iceman contained a pretty high level of arsenic. That would mean that the man took part in extracting and processing copper. It can be deduced from this that Utsi was working on the farm with the animals in the summer. But in the long winter nights, he certainly was working in the area of metallurgy.
Sicherlich war auch im Bereich der Metallurgie tätig gewesen. Zum Zeitpunkt des Gletschermannes
During the time of the Iceman, copper metallurgy was already well known in Europe for almost 1,000 years.
Als Ötzi sein Kupferbeil bekam,
when Ötzi got his copper hatchet, the technique was at its height, and at this time they were able to produce truly high-quality copper.
Smelting would have been a special skill not everyone in the village shared. It was the most technically advanced of their activities, and probably required the cooperative work of at least 2 people. Intense heat was key. To cast copper, the metal was melted in a ceramic pot by heating it to at least 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Bellows made from animal skins would have stoked the fire. To sustain the temperature, they needed extra oxygen. The incredible heat may have made smelting copper a welcome winter activity. The molten ore would then be poured into a clay mold to cool. Tools would have been the main objects made from copper. Given the arsenic levels, it suggests the Iceman worked closely with this process. Based on his protective clothing in place of death, some experts think the Iceman was a shepherd with sheep and a few goats. He would have driven his flock through the area where he died and wintered in his village to the south. He probably had dogs, the oldest domesticated animal, to keep him company during the months away from home, round up stragglers, and protect the herd from predators. The forebearer of his protector was the shepherd's greatest enemy, the wolf. Wolves were common in the area, and a constant threat to domestic stock. Life was hard for the Iceman and his clan in the relatively virgin wilderness. It was a world that people in the late Neolithic were just starting to tame. But adversaries often became allies. Sometimes the wolf unwittingly did its adversaries more good than harm. In the high mountains, the Iceman and his tribe did whatever was necessary to survive. They used whatever nature provided in the most efficient ways. That meant hunting, gathering, even scavenging if the opportunity arose. Custom would not have prevented the chance of a free meal.
What is that? I don't know.
Any winter kill would have been a welcome addition to the village pantry. With dried meat and grains as the primary sustenance during these months, fresh meat would also have meant variety. The cold worked to the hunter's advantage after the kill. Meat would keep longer, and skins and hides could be worked at a leisurely pace. As even the threads used in clothes making came from animals, it could have been a productive time to add to their winter wear. Keeping warm would have been the Iceman's primary preoccupation during winter. His clothes showed how creatively people in the late Stone Age used nature itself to prepare for these conditions. The Iceman kept his feet warm 5,000 years before someone invented socks. He stuffed his shoes with insulating grass. This protected his feet even during alpine winters, though there was evidence of some frostbite to one toe. Up from his shoes, he was covered by leather leggings that fit loosely around his thighs and attached to his belt. Leather and fur from domestic and wild animals provided most of the Iceman's winter wardrobe. But surprisingly, some other materials were significant to his protection.
The Iceman was wearing 3 layers of clothes. The outermost can be referred to as a cape. So he was very well dressed, quite apart from nice shoes and a bearskin hat. The outermost garment was made of 2 types of plant. It was made of the bark of the small-leaved lime tree, the fibre removed from the bark, and the bark was sewn together with grass. And again, no such cape was known from such a remote period.
Well into the 20th century, the same kinds of straw or grass cloaks were still typical of garments that shepherds wore. The Iceman was wrapped in his when he died.
This program is brought to you in part by Zales, the Diamond Store.
Now through Monday at Zales, we're having a diamond sale where you can save up to 50% and more throughout the store, like this beautiful 6-carat diamond bracelet for just $9.99 at Zales stores nationwide or shop online at Zales.com.
Solara convertible. Have fun with it.
You're watching Iceman Mummy from the Stone Age on the Discovery Channel.
Never thought we'd get that brother of yours married off. Yeah, no kidding. How you doing? How's the kids?
Kids are good. We're thinking of buying a house.
You got the down payment saved?
We're getting there.
How about your credit?
I don't know.
You don't know? You think buying a house is like buying a loaf of bread?
Understanding your credit is the first step toward owning a home. Call for the free guide on credit from the Fannie Mae Foundation and for a list of lenders and credit counselors.
You're watching the Discovery Channel.
For years, the photo center at Walgreens has been known for quality photo processing. Now, with the Kodak Picture Maker, you can create do-it-yourself prints in a number of different sizes in less than 5 minutes. Crop your photos, even add borders and text. At Walgreens, you can order your prints on CD and get free software to edit them on your PC. Create photo greeting cards in one day or passport photos while you wait. Walgreens Photo Center, where America takes its pictures.
Now get the Wall Street Journal delivered for 8 weeks at just 37 cents a day, a 50% savings. Call now, 800-544-7100. That's 800-544-7100 for the Wall Street Journal.
Now, living a balanced, healthier life is just a click away with Discovery Health Online. Go to discovery.com/health and enter a world of trusted information, advice, and the latest news on women's health, alternative medicine, fitness, diseases, and conditions. All from the people who bring you Discovery Channel. Start taking charge of your health today. Go to discovery.com/health.
You're watching the Discovery Channel. Next, a lost culture found. The desert mummies of Peru. And later, Mummies, the Real Story. Deep within the deserts of Peru lies a mystery of lost tombs. But the secret isn't inside the tomb. It lies inside the mummy. The Desert Mummies of Peru. Coming up next, only on the Discovery Channel.
Spectacular prehistoric finds always rivet public attention. Many are marked by a wealth of gold and gems. The Iceman find is a different kind of treasure. He has been called a bundle of humanity wrapped in fur and grass. His tools are simple: wood, sinew, stone, and a surprising piece of copper. But the simple objects are his own, his body unprepared, and his great gift, a snapshot of everyday life in the Stone Age. The Iceman himself is still revealing secrets. As technology improves, he'll reveal more. This Stone Age shepherd caught in the snow. A glacier carried him 5,200 years into the future to show us, his kinsmen, that some things don't change much. People did then what people do now, every day. Feed and protect themselves and their families. Learn by trial and error. Depend on nature. And die without really knowing what comes next. And even if someone had told the Iceman what he'd be doing in 5,000 years, he'd never have believed them.
Up next, find out why a 5,000-year-old frozen man has scientists rethinking the Neolithic period on Iceman, Mummy from the Stone Age. And become a dino detective. See how only at DiscoveryKids.com.
Southern Peru is a wasteland blasted by the sun, one of the last places on Earth where life should thrive. But the sands of the Atacama Desert tell another story. These barren slopes are yielding treasure more precious than gold. Artifacts and the mummified remains of a people who once conquered this land 1,000 years ago. They were called the Chiribaya. Preserved by the arid climate and the dry desert sand, the bodies of their dead were mummified naturally. For archaeologists, they are silent yet powerful emissaries from another age. And 6 centuries after they disappeared, bioanthropologist Dr. Sonia Guillen is discovering new evidence of the Chiribaya, a culture that remains virtually unknown even to Peruvians. At one time, there may have been some 30,000 people living here in the Ilo Valley, but no buildings or monuments remain to help decipher their cryptic past. The Chiribaya occupied the slopes above the valley floor, but their simple dwellings of cane and mud have not survived the centuries. Sonia and a team of archaeologists are sifting the sands of Chiribaya burial grounds for clues to their history, their way of life. But they are motivated by more than a shared quest for knowledge. A plague of looting has descended upon the valley. From some of the richest Chiribaya tombs have come the irresistible element of gold. Hammered cups with whimsical handles, earrings, feather-shaped ornaments, finely crafted ceremonial axes. It is rare to find such articles of wealth in Chiribaya tombs, but the few that surface have inspired looting of epic proportions. The Alta, or High Plateau site, is the most heavily plundered. Most of the gold was found here.
Greedy people, just tomb after tomb. They would just open the tombs, get the mummy bundles or get the mummies, and the word was that the gold was inside the mouth. So they would separate the skull from the rest of the body and crack the skull. This is recent looting. This was a mummy very few days ago. The bone is whitened from the exposure to the sun, but look at all the fat, the soft tissue, the skin. Pitiful image. It's just awful. It's just heartbreaking and annoying that we can't stop it.
The sloping hills above the Osmore River hold literally thousands of burials just a few feet beneath the surface. Though there is little they can do to prevent the ransacking of more tombs, Sonia and her colleagues have spent the last 5 years trying to get there first. This year, at another site called Baja, the team has defined a simple grid of 2 4-square-meter sections. It's a small area, but they know from past experience they are likely to find at least a dozen tombs. In some places, the graves are stacked one on top of the other. Beneath these stones, which form the floor of one tomb and the roof of another, Sonia hopes to find a well-preserved mummy. The Chiribaya's burial chambers are not elaborate, usually just simple pits in the sand. The most ambitious tombs are rectangular, the crumbling walls shored up with rudimentary stonework.
The soil around it is very loose, so it's collapsing, and it's making it very difficult to work in there. You can sense what is going to fall. If they're not careful, we could get all this soil down there, and that would be a disaster. So it is quite perilous.
The heavy stone slabs forming the roof are carefully removed, but there is no sign of a body. Instead, Sonia and her team are confronted with more sand filtered into the tomb over the long centuries.
Too much soil, too much dirt went down.
The tomb may yet hold a mummy, but to find it, the archaeologists will have to clear the entire chamber, one scoop at a time.
Yeah.
And they must finish by nightfall.
We are always working abreast of the looters or behind the looters. So if we open any area, we have complete the excavation the same day. Otherwise, we just leave it open for the looters.
Several hours after they remove the roof stones, artifacts are finally starting to surface from the rectangular tomb. Offerings to the individual resting somewhere further down. Sonia is first handed the cane pipes of a flute, an early precursor to similar instruments still in use throughout the Andes.
And here we have the second layer.
There must have been music in the Chiribaya's world.
This is the underlayer of this musical instrument.
All of the artifacts are bagged and cataloged as they come out of the ground. The next discovery is the head of a brown llama. This animal was also sacrificed at the time of the burial. The surviving family probably shared the meat from the rest of the body in a funeral feast. By far the most elaborate offerings to come from the grave are spectacular ceramic pots, heavily decorated with geometric forms. The Chiribaya believed they would have need of these household goods in the next life. Most tombs have at least one piece of fine pottery, suggesting there was a class of artisans who produced ceramics for the entire valley. Finally, at the bottom of the tomb is the body of a Chiribaya individual wrapped in a dusty red cloth.
What we know comes from the last social moment of somebody's life, which is their departure from this world. We know that there must have been a wake, a funeral. These funerals are times when people get together, when the importance of an individual and the family that stays behind is sort of reinforced. What you're seeing in these cemeteries is human behavior. You can feel the sorrow that was around.
After the show, head to Discovery.com for up-to-date facts on current mummy expeditions and for a live chat with Sonia Guillen. Desert Mummies of Peru. On Discovery.com by the new generation in digital communications, WorldCom Generation D.
It's just like a movie theater.
RCA Digital Home Theater from Radio Shack.
There's just one thing that's missing. A cup holder.
Where can you get a big rebate on big RCA TVs? Radio Shack, of course. Pick out the TV of your dreams. Sign up for 3 years of MSN Internet access and you'll save $400. The RCA Digital Entertainment Center, only at Radio Shack.
You're watching Desert Mummies of Peru on the Discovery Channel.
The perfect vehicle for whatever circle you travel in. Even if it's the Arctic Circle.
Hur var trafiken?
Det vanliga.
The new Volvo Cross Country. Adventures in luxury.
A super fast, super quiet, supercomputer in an 8-inch cube.
Every Tuesday, a shred of evidence, bits and pieces of a clue. Be there as science finds the truth and cracks the case. The New Detectives, Tuesdays at 9 Eastern and Pacific, only on the Discovery Channel.
Credit card reaching max level. Child preparing for college. IRS says you owe. Air conditioner needs replacing. Family vehicle long past needing to be replaced. On top of all this, family wants a vacation. Let Southern Funding reduce your stress level and make your dreams a reality. Value you have built in your home can be used to pay your bills. Contact Southern Funding Mortgage today. We're making dreams happen. Yours.
God never said now, but look at some of you, it's real slow.
Don't miss this exciting opportunity to hear world-renowned evangelist David Ring at Calvary Baptist Church at 6 p.m. on Sunday, October 15th. David's unique message as a cerebral palsy survivor will inspire you, as it has millions. You'll laugh with him, you'll cry with him, but be sure not to miss him.
Archaeologists recover from the field is brought to the Centro Malki Research Complex, located just a mile away from the Baja site. It houses one of the most remarkable collections of ancient peoples in the Western Hemisphere. Some 400 mummies and the skeletal remains of another 4,000 Chiribaya are carefully catalogued and stored at the center. One of the primary concerns for staff at Centro Malki is conservation. Before they are packed away for future study, each mummy is cleaned by a lab technician, relieved of its layers of dust and accumulated sand with the delicate strokes of a paintbrush. Gerardo Carpio, the team's field director, handles conservation for the ceramics. In a world without written word, the shapes and patterns chosen to embellish pottery form a language of identity. The white dots on the edge of this vessel are a kind of Chiribaya trademark. Pigments of metal oxide were used by the craftsmen to create the multi-hued geometric forms. The burial of the red mummy recovered the previous day is recreated in the courtyard. Each offering is put in the same position as when the body was first placed in the tomb.
We are not only trying to recover artifacts or human remains, we're trying to reconstruct human activity. We're trying to reconstruct rituals. They were giving to this person something to take to the other world. The artifacts to play with, the models of what was important in your economic activity, all of those are coming along with you to the other life.
This individual was buried with typical Chiribaya offerings, including 8 ceramic vessels and the heads of 2 sacrificed llamas.
Yeah.
The wool from these animals may have been used to weave the vibrant textiles and pouches buried with the body. The Chiribaya appear to have had not only fine clothing, fantastic hats have also been found in some of the tombs, adorned with feathers from tropical birds that may have come from the Amazon rainforest more than 300 miles away. Some hats are topped with long tassels of llama hair. Still others are rounded caps made of woven textile. Offerings of food are common in many burials. Though darkened and desiccated by 1,000 years underground, the corn, potatoes, peppers, and grain on this plate still look remarkably similar to fresh examples from the gardens of modern Hilo. Though the desert does its job well, not every Chiribaya body survived as a mummy. The bones recovered here still hold a wealth of data, and in the right hands can help scientists like Roxy Walker reconstruct the lives and deaths of individual members of the population. These are the skeletal remains of a young Chiribaya woman. More than likely, she wasn't buried right away, which would have left her body vulnerable to decay. Or perhaps some kind of dampness invaded her tomb, preventing the process of mummification. Reconfiguring her bones anatomically takes several hours. Roxy and bioarchaeologist Dr. Jane Bijkstra are part of an international team that has converged at Central Malki to bring a multidisciplinary approach to the study of the Chiribaya.
Look here. Long hair. Sonia says the long hair is mostly a male trait. But if you look at the side of the profile, the head looks female to me.
And what about the pelvis?
Pelvis is absolutely female.
This particular part of the bone that we call an epiphysis is not fused. It's formed, it's ossified, but this line here suggests she was between 18 and 21 years of age. So all her age indicators are pretty consistent. She was in her late teens when she died. Have any idea what she died of?
My guess, if I had to look at this and guess, is that it's tuberculosis that's very active, that's come in from the respiratory system. Her spine would have been really deformed because after the infection came in and chewed out her vertebrae, there's no vertebral body here. The infection has actually destroyed this entire area. She had become a hunchback. It was lower down, but she walked broken-backed. She couldn't stand up straight as we can.
The Chiribaya are among the first pre-Columbian people to show definitive signs of tuberculosis. The disease usually starts in the lungs. But for this young girl, the bacteria migrated to her vertebrae, causing abscesses in the bone. Over time, the delicate bones deteriorated and could no longer support the weight of her upper body. The vertebrae compressed, collapsing the girl's spinal column and turning her into a hunchback.
It's very hard for us to say she died of tuberculosis because we weren't there. There may be something else that happened. But she died while the disease was active, and she was suffering from it when she died.
This year, the archaeologists are focusing on an additional burial site called El Descanso, the resting place. It's tucked in a saddle of land just below the Alta site and 3 miles west of the dig at Baja. From the surface, the cemetery seems to have escaped the ravages of looting. It was discovered when ground was surveyed for a water pipe by the nearby town of Ilo. The archaeologists realized that more than sand covered this lonely hillside when bulldozers unearthed human bones. The Centro Malki team succeeded in diverting the pipeline. Now they hope to excavate before word of the new site spreads to looters.
El último punto. Párate en el último punto.
Gerardo Carpio and his team survey the area. Their measurements place the site within the context of existing maps and give them specific points of reference from which to calculate where each artifact is found once the actual digging begins. Gerardo walks the surveyed site to find the best place to lay their grids. Through years of experience, he has learned to observe the ground with an archaeologist's eye and smell it with an archaeologist's nose. The salts and nitrates in the sand here help preserve organic material found in graves. The soft tissue of a mummy, the fat, the skin, even the wool of textiles that shroud the body still give off an odor, despite hundreds of years underground. Gerardo's practiced eye also looks for darkening or discoloration in the sand, another sign of organic material that could reveal the location of a tomb. Anticipation is high as the team prepares to excavate the El Descanso site. Following Gerardo's archaeological instincts, they cordon off 2 sectors. and begin to remove the top layers of sand.
Finding an intact site, it's always shadowed by how overwhelming it is. What do we do? Should we go and excavate it and try to remove as much material as we can? Or should we keep it quiet? Should we not tell anybody? Maybe that way the site is going to be protected. It's always anguish that suffocates the excitement because looters come and they're stronger.
To their dismay, the archaeologists quickly find out that even here, looters have done considerable damage. The condition of the very first burial tells them what they hoped was an intact site has already been pillaged.
The head was separated because they looked inside the bundle. They looked for jewelry, something that was close to the body. They messed it up, but they knew where those pieces were. And whether they found them or not, who knows, but they left the pottery. They were not interested in this pottery. They were not interested in the other artifacts.
Ceramics bring a good price today on the black market. That they were left behind suggests this looting was done much closer to the time the body was first buried. Centuries ago, these early thieves ignored the pottery they considered worthless.
La patita de la marihuana.
The next afternoon, the team unearthed signs of disturbance far more sinister than simple theft. The discovery of a strange burial turns the excavation site into a crime scene. A shallow grave holds a body in a contorted position.
He has been just thrown into maybe what was not a pit, maybe just got covered. ¿Ah? Y mira, Gerardo, no se distingue una fosa, ¿no? Well, this body doesn't fit any of the patterns we know for this valley. The changes of color on the soil follow very closely the borders of where the body was placed, and they have not dispersed around, which means this is the sort of the original position in which this body was disposed in what doesn't even have the regular shape of pits that we find for the other pre-Hispanic burials. I think this is modern. This is a recent event. This is not a very old event.
All the evidence points to violence, possibly even murder, committed sometime in the last few decades.
Yeah.
Sonia reports the discovery at El Descanso to local authorities.
Esa denuncia. Yes, el hallazgo, sí.
A few days later, they arrive en masse to investigate. By now, archaeologists have removed most of the sand, and evidence of foul play is shockingly clear in video taken as a record of the find. The body appears to have been dumped into a shallow pit, a rope tied around one of the ankles. The soles of the feet, though dry and cracked, are still fleshed. The nose had been smashed, and the lower jawbone broken in half. A massive blow to the head fractured the individual's skull. The shape and size of the pelvis indicate this was a young man in his early 20s, murdered sometime in the last 2 decades. His killers hid his battered body in the Chiribayas ancient cemetery, where he would probably never have been found if the archaeologists hadn't broken ground for a new dig. The remains of the victim are removed by the authorities and taken away for more investigation. At the Baja site, one last tomb has been found. The position of the roof stones indicates a well-constructed burial chamber. Hopes are high that its contents will be in good condition. The archaeologists are not disappointed. The rectangular tomb holds an intact mummy, tightly bundled inside a striped textile. As in the Red Mummy's tomb excavated earlier at Baja, llama parts are found as offerings. Instead of the head, hooves are intended to represent the entire animal.
The llama feet of a brown llama. 1, 2, 3, 4. A full, complete llama on a basket.
Sonia and her team have yet another member to care for in their growing Chiribaya family.
We become responsible for the remains of these individuals and their artifacts. You have to treat them as yours. They're part of your life. They're part of your history.
During the lifetime of this individual, somewhere between 900 and 1350 AD, the Elo Valley would have looked quite different. On the banks of the Osmore River, the richest soil was devoted to the cultivation of crops that supplied ample harvest for more than half a millennium. The Chiribaya diverted water to a series of terraces where they lived in compounds of cane and mud. Here they also buried their loved ones in cemeteries close to their homes. The llamas they kept in adjacent corrals were a cornerstone to their economy and an integral part of their daily lives. Just a few miles from the Chiribaya's main settlements is the Pacific Ocean, an invaluable source of additional food. To complement the crops they coaxed from their desert oasis, the Chiribaya harvested the sea. On log rafts, they pushed beyond the breakers and stretched hand-woven nets along the coastline. From the shore, they hauled in whatever catch the sea had to offer.
After the show, head to Discovery.com.
Hi, I'm Sonia Guillén. Join me after the show for a live webcast.
Call them Generation D, the generation that was born digital and raised on the net, speaking a language of zeros and ones. Now they're at WorldCom, developing web centers, the wireless internet. And for them, it's a joyride. Want to feel comfortable with new technologies? Work with people who are comfortable. WorldCom, Generation D.
You're watching Desert Mummies of Peru on the Discovery Channel.
I'd say that the TiVo's been a real godsend for me. I'm in a high-stress profession. When I get home, television's my salvation. TiVo let me create my own TV network, so I can watch what I want when I want to. It's my way to forget about the day.
What do you like to watch?
Mainly cop shows.
Get a close on this guy. He's going away for a long time.
The perfect vehicle for whatever circle you travel in. Even if it's the Arctic Circle.
Hur var trafiken?
Det vanliga.
The new Volvo Cross Country. Adventures in luxury.
You're watching Desert Mummies of Peru on the Discovery Channel. Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Be the first to own the DVD and 2-volume VHS of Jurassic Park and the Lost World. Experience 2 of the biggest movies of all time as you've never seen them before.
Are you hearing this?
Digitally remastered with over 60 minutes of bonus footage and an interview with Steven Spielberg, plus a live hot link to the set of Jurassic Park 3. Don't be left behind. Own Jurassic Park and the Lost World, the Collector's Editions DVD and Video 2-pack. On sale October 10th.
It's real. It's out there now. Man's new home among the stars. It will change your life. Make the journey inside the space station. A Watch with the World event. Premiering Sunday, December 10th. On the Discovery Channel.
It's just a short truck ride to the research center, yet a journey unlike any this ancient Cherubian could ever have imagined. They arrive at Central Malki and carry into the complex what proves to be the last mummy they will find this year. Jerry Conlogue and Ron Beckett, both from Quinnipiac College in Connecticut, have helped pioneer new techniques for X-raying mummies in the field. The images they capture will allow the scientists at Central Malki a preliminary view beneath the mummy's wrappings.
This direction, so it'll be a nice straight AP. We'll put the sled number on. Okay, so just keep an eye on my watch. Starting now. Okay. So now it's a matter of developing the film, keeping our fingers crossed. You got it? Are you ready?
Inside the Central Malki darkroom, the X-rays develop in a matter of minutes.
Okay, so what do we have? Now the sutures in the skull aren't completely closed, but there doesn't appear to be any remnants of brain.
The bones of the mummy are clearly revealed in the image.
I'm not sure, but
surprisingly, the X-ray also shows the outline of what looks like a small pot with a handle.
If I'm reading correctly, this is inside the chest cavity. See, the ribs are sort of embracing the...
curving around.
Yeah, curving around the pot. Now, I've seen other cases where they've taken out the lungs, the liver, everything. They've cleaned it thoroughly, and they put wool and artifacts inside. So I would bet this is an embalmed body, and I think it's worth it unwrapping this bundle to confirm this. We've had very few of these cases here.
After the show, head to Discovery.com for even more mummy footage. And later, scientists go inside for a deeper look. The Desert Mummies of Peru.
The perfect vehicle for whatever circle you travel in. Even if it's the Arctic Circle.
Hur var trafiken?
Det vanliga.
The new Volvo Cross Country. Adventures in luxury.
You're watching Desert Desert Mummies of Peru on the Discovery Channel.
I watch the ripples change their size, but never leave the stream.
In today's net economy, companies are struggling to change, struggling with the complexities of e-business, with making intranets, extranets, and the internet work together across any platform around the world. Well, now it can all work together as one net. With Net Services software from Novell, the power to change.
As the moments of history define our progress, so values define our character. The humanity that binds us, the integrity of our people, financial strength to provide certainty no matter where we are headed. The values that make New York life the company you keep.
You're watching Desert Mummies of Peru on the Discovery Channel.
We've all read about Generation X and Gen Y. This is Generation D, the generation that was born digital. The computer is no more exotic than the refrigerator. They did voice over IP in their dorm rooms. Now they're here at WorldCom. All the new technology, they totally get it. They're just wondering what's taking the rest of the world so long. WorldCom, Generation D.
When great television high-tech shows make you want more tech action, go to Discovery.com and click on Tech. Find unique interactives that actually let you build your own roller coaster or dig a super tunnel. Search our aviation files for more on high-tech planes or take a virtual tour of an aircraft carrier. And bookmark our site for news and information on the latest gadgets. Discover something new every day. Go to Discovery.com. Click on Tech.
Next, Mummies, the real story, and later, the FBI files on the Discovery Channel.
How will it be today? You won't know till you look. You're a grown woman. You shouldn't have to deal with acne. Why can't today be different? It can be with Differin Gel. Your face can be clear and stay clear because Differin Gel really works. It's different than over-the-counter acne treatments. Differin Gel is a prescription medicine proven effective at clearing up acne. Ask your dermatologist for more product information or call now for a free brochure. If you need help with your complexion, try Differin Gel and look forward to wonderful days. During the first weeks of treatment, dryness, redness, burning, or peeling may occur. As with other acne medications, overexposure to the sun or sun lamps, extreme wind or cold, or use of irritating skincare products may aggravate the skin. Differin Gel is available by prescription only, so see your dermatologist or call now for a free brochure and a list of dermatologists in your area.
Not every mummy is unwrapped at the time of its discovery. Some are simply stored away intact for future study. But the artifact revealed by the X-ray is a valuable clue that this body may have been embalmed or artificially prepared, an uncommon procedure for the Chiribaya. Finding another embalmed body would be a significant discovery.
No lo voy a ir.
Ya. Espérate que creo que le está desarreglando su peinado, Rosa. Vamos a usar un instrumento. Vamos a usar un instrumento. Más de estas parejitas en la... Ya, Rosa, jálatelo para allá. It's a difficult phase to figure out that there's some gray hair that have turned gold
just like mine. Without the same process. It's going to be difficult to use the opening of the shirt to go through the head. That's going to be a tricky one. But we'll be careful.
Que no nos levante el pelo. Ya.
Soft cloth protects the mummy's brittle hair while they gently work to remove the second garment.
Ya, salió. Espérate que esto también hay que levantarlo despacio porque si no levanta su pelo.
Before choosing the field of bioanthropology, Sonia pursued medicine for several years in Lima. Now she has a unique opportunity to apply some of the latest medical technology to the study of the Chiribaya mummies.
Sure.
Ron Beckett has brought with him to Peru an endoscope, a flexible metal tube with a light and a tiny camera lens installed at the end of the instrument. With the device, Sonia and Ron can examine the interior of the mummy and with luck confirm the location of the ceramic pot shown in the X-ray.
Can you see?
Ron finds an opening in the lower part of the body. With a series of knobs that operate somewhat like a joystick, he controls the endoscope, directing the movement of the tube and the camera.
Yeah, I mean, we could look around outside, and obviously that's out. But through that opening, I can travel through there.
Navigating the intricate passageways inside the mummy, it doesn't take Ron long to find the abdominal cavity.
Look at that.
But I can't believe on your precision. You are surely inside, but
Merlin.
You're the most lucky man in the world.
Merlin.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's a good view of some of the packing. It's fibrous and...
The endoscope shows a stuffing of raw llama wool, the fluffy beige material on the right side of the video screen. The mottled golden surface on the left is bone. The swirling particles, fragments of dry skin, and bits of wool stirred up by the endoscope.
It's a nice path. Wow.
You are inside the abdominal cavity.
Yes. Got my little...
I hope I'm not cross-eyed here. It's pretty clean inside.
Yeah.
No organs, no intestines.
Though it's clear to Sonia the internal organs have been removed, they are unable to locate the pot from their position in the lower part of the abdomen.
It's a very tight road. I'm not sure I can get clear up to the pot from this angle. That would be neat to see. I'm meeting a bit of resistance.
Ron investigates another avenue for the endoscope, where the skin is separated from the mummy's collarbone.
It's a nice little entrance path here.
Certainly convenient.
Thanks.
Very convenient hole.
Thank you, Senora.
This time they find what they are looking for. In the center of the screen, they can just make out the rounded mouth of a small gray ceramic pot.
Look down here, see? See that circular part? That's the edge of the pot right there. Let's go down there.
The position of the endoscope and the location of the pot inside the body will not allow a view of the entire vessel. But they can get close enough to see what it holds inside.
Are those leaves?
This is, yeah.
That is a leaf inside. There. Coca leaves. Sort of coca inside and outside.
Yeah, there's a forest of leaves here.
Oh.
Once bright green, the coca leaves inside the pot are now shriveled and brown with age. The tiny white specks are salt crystals, formed inside the body when it was mummified by the nitrates in the sand.
Right.
You know, coca being...
Get a better shot of it.
Being a sacred plant and really important part of Andean rituals, you know, it's really not surprising to find it outside the body, inside the body, all around this funerary activity connected to this processing of the body.
The endoscope has helped clarify the method used to prepare the old man's body for the afterlife. Through an incision in the abdomen, the embalmers removed all of the internal organs, including the lungs, liver, kidneys, intestines, and stomach. Into the emptied cavity, they inserted a small ceramic pot full of coca leaves, placing it up inside the rib cage. They packed what little space remained with wads of llama wool and closed the incision with stitches. The tightly compacted figure of the mummy is trussed up in a complicated web of rope, though Sonia's assistant Rosa has little difficulty untying the many knots. Removing the mummy's last piece of clothing presents more of a challenge.
This is going to be difficult. They've made a very tight, very, very tight bundle. Now it's a bit like leather in some parts, and we don't want to break fibers or tear any skin. So we will just introduce a bit of humidity, which will make the process easier and gentler.
The technique is effective. Llama wool quickly absorbs the moisture and becomes flexible, though not overly saturated.
A bit of patience. Yeah?
Once again, they protect the mummy's fragile hair before attempting to remove his last layer of clothing, a simple tunic of brown wool. The textile is now pliable enough to slide over his head, revealing finally the wizened limbs of a very old man.
They've made a very tight bundle. They put the left knee under the chin, just squished, and nothing anatomical in this position. There was not much flesh on him, just skin. He was quite skinny. There's the cut. I think these are the threads that were used to close his abdominal incision. You can see the stitches. You can see the fiber over it.
Ron has one more plan for the endoscope. The flesh has deteriorated under the lower jaw, providing access to the inside of the man's mouth.
I'm going to enter through the opening here in the back. So now we'll just take a waltz around the mouth.
Very, very, very worn teeth. Very worn. Wow.
So that helps us with age?
Well, unless he was eating sand every day, he was just very old. All the soft tissue in the palate is gone, and the surface is very thick.
Is this a leaf here, do you think?
Yes. You know, here and here it looks like he was chewing coca leaves. Yeah. Or he still had a bit of coca leaves inside his mouth. Well, putting it all together, old man. He probably was 60, 70 years old. He must have been very important for other people as they put so much effort and so much time on making sure that he could still be part of their lives after he was gone.
The man lived sometime within the Chiribaya's 500-year occupation of the Ilo Valley. It's possible to calculate when that actually was by dating something that was buried with his mummy.
This conservation is so extraordinary for archaeologists to be able to deal with 1,000 or at least 1,000-year material that you can open. It's flexible. You have to be careful, but coca leaves are very typical. And these are definitely coca leaves. Now we have techniques that can work with very little material, which is really great. So
after the show, head to discovery.com.
hi, I'm Sonia Guillen. Join me after the show for a live webcast.
Desert Mummies of Peru is sponsored in part by Volvo, Volvo for Life, and by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
The perfect vehicle for whatever circle you travel in. Even if it's the Arctic Circle.
Hur var trafiken?
Det vanliga.
The new Volvo Cross Country. Adventures in luxury.
Have a seat.
Cool. It's just like a movie theater.
RCA Digital Home Theater from Radio Shack.
There's just one thing that's missing. A cup holder.
Where can you get a big rebate on big RCA TVs? Radio Shack, of course. Pick out the TV of your dreams. Sign up for 3 years of MSN Internet access and you'll save $400. The RCA Digital Entertainment Center, only at Radio Shack.
You're watching Desert Mummies of Peru on the Discovery Channel. You're watching Desert Mummies of Peru on the Discovery Channel.
A super fast, super quiet, supercomputer in an 8-inch cube.
When great television programs on space and the stars make you want to explore, go to discovery.com and click on space. Get the latest news on the space station or take a virtual tour. Search our store for telescopes and accessories. Bookmark our site for a guide to the night sky and amazing images of deep space. Discover something new every day. Go to discovery.com. Click on space.
You're watching the Discovery Channel. Next, Mummies, The Real Story. And later, the FBI Files. It's real. It's out there now. Man's new home among the stars. It will change your life. Make the journey inside the space station. A Watch What the World event. Premiering Sunday, December 10th. On the Discovery Channel.
The most effective technique for assessing the age of ancient artifacts is carbon-14 dating. But the technology needed for the process is beyond those now available at Centro Malki. so Sonia must ship her samples to a facility called Geochron Laboratories in Boston, Massachusetts. Alex Jerkinski, manager of the radiocarbon lab, oversees the highly sensitive process. The goal is to extract pure carbon-14, a radioactive element found in all living things. Plants, and by virtue of the food chain, all other living organisms, including animals and humans, continue to take in carbon-14 until they die. At that point, the radioactive carbon begins to break down at a constant rate. By measuring the amount of carbon-14 left in an organism, Alex can figure out how long ago it died. The machine is able to analyze material up to 55,000 years old. As the carbon-14 extracted from the coca leaves is counted, a curve builds on the graph. The higher the curve, the larger the amount of carbon-14 left in the sample, and so the younger the material is.
But when I look at spectra for...
So for the coca leaves?
For coca leaves, we already calculated it. It's 600 years plus minus 40.
That dates the mummy's time of death somewhere between 1350 and 1450 AD, close to the end of the Chirabias culture. In time, the scientists will find mummies that date from all phases of the Chirabias history, and a more detailed picture of how their culture evolved will begin to emerge.
There's something we can learn from these people that 1,000 years ago, from this very tiny oasis, could get enough resources not only to survive, but to live peacefully and surrounded by color, by art, by music, by love.
As they do at the end of every dig, the team fill the Chirabias' empty tombs with sand. This is standard procedure, but for Sonia, it has a special meaning.
I think there's a position not only of me as an archaeologist, but me as a Peruvian, and me as a descendant of these people, where you have to make sure that your heritage is respected.
They can only hope covering traces of their work will hide the cemetery's inhabitants from others who come with shovels, and a far less honorable reason for breaking the silence of this desert burial ground.
You saw the mystery unfold when tombs were found, but the secret wasn't in the tomb. It was inside the mummy. And now you can get all the facts surrounding the desert mummies of Peru on home video. For only $19.95 plus shipping and handling, you can become part of the adventure. Have Desert Mummies of Peru, nearly an hour in length, delivered to your door. To order, call 1-800-488-8181. Because there's no thrill like discovery. Headline cases, major crimes, from capture to conviction.
To make sure that the system worked.
Real life law and order. Don't miss The Prosecutors, Monday at 10 Eastern and Pacific on the Discovery Channel.
Mummy. The word conjures up the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, entombed in shimmering splendor inside the Great Pyramids. But mummies are found in other places around the world. They can look very different from Egyptian mummies, yet they all reflect the same desire: to escape the horror of death and live forever.
The idea that people live forever, or can potentially live forever, as long as they have
a corpse seems to be very common. And I don't know if it's because of fear of death and just ceasing to be, or whether it is a delight in life and wanting to continue it because they're greedy for having it.
Today, scientists are finding ways to study mummies without damaging them. A tissue sample from deep within the body can shed new light on an ancient culture. And a new age of mummifying may be dawning, one that combines modern science with ancient ritual. No civilization seemed to be as obsessed with death as ancient Egypt. Tens of thousands labored to build tombs for the pharaohs. They constructed temples dedicated to the dead. They made coffins out of hundreds of pounds of gold. They wrote their greatest work of literature, the Book of the Dead, to guide souls to eternal life. Everyone who could afford it, from the pharaoh to the common man, had themselves mummified. But in fact, the Egyptians were not focused on death.
The ancient Egyptians were focusing on life. They were having such a nice time that they wanted to continue it, to make it even better in the afterlife, because in their religion or magic religion, they could have the potential of improving upon things.
The ancient Egyptians believed you could take it with you. All the earthly pleasures could be enjoyed in the afterlife. Food, drink, every kind of luxury, even servants. But to enjoy these things, you needed to have your body.
The ancient Egyptians believed the soul needed a physical entity to go into to gain access to things like food and drink, or other offerings, or parties that were painted on the wall.
The idea of an afterlife may have sprung from what the Egyptians saw occurring naturally under the desert sun. The hot sand seemed to preserve the bodies buried in it forever.
When you put a person's body into the sand sucks up the moisture, leaving these natural mummies. Probably the ancient Egyptians, by accident, discovered these natural mummies and thought, way to go. This is how we're going to preserve ourselves for eternity.
As the religion grew more complex, elaborate tombs replaced burials in the desert sand. But the tombs were damp places, and the bodies would decay. So the Egyptians learned how to preserve bodies with chemicals. Eventually, making a mummy became a ritual that took a team of embalmers and priests 70 days. But the process was kept secret, and no complete account of it survives. To test our understanding of the process, scientists conducted an unusual experiment at the University of Maryland in 1994. Using ancient tools, they tried to mummify a human body, copying the techniques of Egyptian embalmers.
The embalmers would, first of all, take a sharp object, a chisel kind of thing, stick it up the left nostril, hammer it through, break the ethmoid bone, and then stick something else, a long sort of crochet hook, except much more flexible, kind of implement in through the nose, up through the broken ethmoid, and into the cranial cavity.
The embalmers would stir the brain into mush, then remove it through the nostrils.
Once this was done, you would wash out the cranial cavity with palm wine and then fill it with liquid resin. Resin would clean and deodorize and kill bacteria. After this, a small slit, a tiny little slit, would be made on the left-hand side of the body, and the left is always favored because that's the side of the heart, and the heart is a very important thing for the ancient Egyptians.
Like the Egyptians, the scientists left the heart in, but removed the other organs. Next, they packed the body with bags of incense, spices, and a type of salt called natron. In Egypt, natron is found naturally at the edge of a lake north of Cairo. This powerful drying agent was packed all around the body. The room was heated to 115 degrees to simulate the conditions of an ancient embalmer's tent. "35 days later, as prescribed by ancient texts, the natron was removed. The body had lost 80 pounds. Now the scientists could begin the bandaging.
Knife again, please.
And the bandaging would take 30 days because it was a very ritualized process with lots of prayers and spells being said. Because as you wrapped, you were actually weaving magic and protection around the body. So the wrapping was a very important ritual.
The bandages were inscribed with magic spells for protection. They were glued in place with liquid resin. Here, for the first time, we can see how a pharaoh may have looked just after he was mummified.
So after you were all wrapped up, a mask would be put over the head, the person would be put into a coffin, and then the burial could continue.
The coffin, with the mummy inside, would be taken to the entrance of the tomb. But before it could be laid to rest, one final ceremony had to take place. It was called opening of the mouth. The most important ceremony in the Egyptian religion. It would bring the dead back to life.
A priest would read the ritual spell, and that would allow the deceased to have all of the facilities that it had in life. It could speak, it could eat, it could drink, and it could walk.
David Silverman of the University of Pennsylvania Museum has spent years studying the ritual in the ancient texts.
When Ra'i Yin Ta, he loosens the bonds of Set which restrain my mouth. My mouth is opened by Shu with that iron implement of his with which he opened the mouths of the gods.
The soul could now re-enter the body and enjoy all the pleasures of the afterlife for eternity.
This program is brought to you in part by looking for an amazingly simple, amazingly delicious dinner idea. Try McCormick Bag and Season.
McCormick, recipes for real life.
Hi, honey. I'm running late, so can you start the pot roast? Just open the bag and season, toss in some vegetables, add water and seasoning. The roast bastes itself in the bag, so it'll come out tender and juicy.
Need a mouth-watering meal without the mess? Try McCormick Bag and Season. 10 delicious recipes for real life that you'll find at the McCormick Meal Idea Center.
I'll be home soon. Think you can start without me?
McCormick, the taste you trust.
You're watching Mummies, The Real Story on the Discovery Channel.
Mitsubishi Montero Sport, the fastest growing SUV in its class. Need one?
You're watching the Discovery Channel. It's here. Inside is unlimited strength and power. This is Bowflex, an entire gym in one easy-to-use machine. So powerful, it delivers over 60 health club quality exercises with up to 410 pounds of resistance, all in the convenience of your own home. For a free video and brochure, call or go online at bowflexdirect.com. Bowflex. Who said change? You're watching the Discovery Channel. Every weeknight at 8, discover a series that takes you out of the ordinary and puts you on the inside. A series that gives you a different story every night, but always gives you the insider's view. So get access, go behind the scenes, and get the story from on the inside. Weeknights at 8 Eastern and Pacific, because nobody takes you there like the Discovery Channel.
Are you near a phone? Can you take down a number? Then call for some of the best life insurance rates in years from a highly respected insurer, Protective Life Insurance Company. For $100,000 coverage, a 35-year-old man could now pay less than $10 a month, guaranteed not to increase for 10 years. A 45-year-old man could now pay less than $15 a month, also guaranteed 10 years. How much can you save? Just call Matrix Direct for a free no-obligation quote on the term life coverage of your choice, right over the phone. Plus, we'll tell you all about Protective Life, a respected and highly rated insurer that's helped families secure the protection they've needed for over 90 years. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation. So call now for some of the best term life rates in years from Protective Life. For a free quote over the phone, call Matrix Direct. 1-800-730-5794. That's 1-800-730-5794.
The Egyptians mummified millions of people, but they were not the first. The first people to make mummies lived here on the coast of Chile, near the modern port of Arica. For thousands of years, the local Indians have drawn their living from the sea. Without the fish, they would not have survived. That's because of the dry climate. From the water's edge, barren desert stretches out to the Andes Mountains, 50 miles away. On October 20th, 1983, a discovery would be made in Arica that would challenge some fundamental ideas about mummies. On a bluff overlooking the town, workers uncovered human remains. Anthropologist Bernardo Ariasa was called to the scene.
The first thing that you are concerned about is modern. Is old, is prehistoric. How old they are they important? Is a murder here what we got?
Scientists dug up the remains of 96 people in just 80 square feet of ground. The bodies had been mummified, and the unusual treatment of the faces indicated to Ariasa that they'd been made by Chinchorro Indians, people who lived here thousands of years ago. The mummies lay clustered in groups, like families, and nearly half were children.
It's unusual to find children mummified because very often the treatment of the dead is related to the social status of the individuals. Let's say like in the Egyptians, the one that got the better treatments were the king, the nobility. But in the case of the Chinchorro, it seems like everybody was treated in a similar fashion.
But an even greater surprise was still to come. Samples of the mummies were sent for radiocarbon dating. The results are astounding. These mummies older than the scientists had expected. One of them was 7,000 years old, the oldest mummy ever found. They predate the earliest Egyptian mummies by at least 2,000 years. They were made in a different way, literally taken apart and then reassembled.
The chinchorro will clean all the bones and later on start to reassemble the skeleton together, more or less like we have here. So they will put sticks along the arms, sticks along the legs, one stick for the spine. They remove the top of the skull to get the brain out. They will put some reed inside, and then they will start to model the skull with clay all over the face, all over the body, to regain the volume that was lost with the cleaning of the body. Then they put the skin back. In the case of the face, it seems like it was the original skin. And for other areas, sea lion's skin. When the skin was replaced, the complete body was painted black with manganese. It's going to look like this replica here of this mummy. Here you can see the hair, the mask, and it's completely painted black all over with the manganese layer.
But why did the Chinchorro devote so much time and labor to preserving the dead? The answer may lie with two important facts. Many of the mummies showed signs of repair, and they were depicted with open mouths and eyes, as if they were awake. Ariasa believes that the dead were seen as intermediaries between humans and gods, and were kept among the living.
Watching Mummies, The Real Story on the Discovery Channel.
You made it through another hectic day. Dinner's over, dishes are done. Finally, time to relax. Could there be a worse time for heartburn? Good thing there's finally something made just for it. Introducing Mylanta Nighttime Strength, the strongest antacid you can get. Finally something strong enough to get rid of even your toughest nighttime heartburn. And fast. So go ahead, enjoy your night. If you can. New Mylanta Nighttime Strength.
You're watching the Discovery Channel.
There's shopping on the internet. Wow. And then there's buying on the internet.
There's a typo on your order form.
A backslash where your colon should be.
So instead of a laptop,
You'll be getting a cheese log.
this is our virtual world.
Virtually incomprehensible form.
Virtually impossible return.
But your card number is real.
Welcome to the sub-basement of the Cyber Mall. But Capital One card holders have no fear. At CapitalOne.com, their cards are cyberized. Cyberized with online tools that make e-buying as leading edge as e-shopping. Helpful tools like online account management, problem-solving tools like a refund guarantee, plus $0 fraud liability, and more. Make your e-buying as leading edge as e-shopping. Go to CapitalOne.com now and apply for your cyberized Capital One card today. Click on CapitalOne.com now and get cyberized. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
From From the creators of The New Detectives and the FBI Files comes a daring new look at the legal jungle. The Prosecutors. Headline cases, major crimes.
He murdered people in cold blood, in broad daylight.
From capture to conviction.
To make sure that the system worked.
An inside look at real-life law and order. Don't miss the world premiere of The Prosecutors, Monday at 10 Eastern and Pacific on the Discovery Channel.
But it's not only the deserts of Chile or Egypt that inspire people to make mummies. Mummies have also been found in one of the wettest places on Earth. The rainforest of northern Peru. These hills were once home of the Chachapoya Indians, whose name means warriors of the clouds. In 1997, archaeologists went in search of the mummies of the Chachapoya. "300 feet above a sacred lake, they spied a cliffside mausoleum. The Chachapoya chose this site carefully. It's sheltered from the rain by an overhanging ledge, and a constant wind keeps the humidity low. Grave robbers had already broken into the burial chambers, but luckily, they hadn't taken the scientific treasure. This was one of 200 mummies the scientists would recover. They were about 500 years old. Originally, all the mummies had been wrapped in cotton sacks like these. Like Egyptian mummies, they'd had their internal organs removed. Their fingers had been lashed together in front of their faces. They'd been preserved by drying and by a plant extract applied to the skin. The mouths were left open to let the spirit go in and out. But it's hard not to see these expressions as screams of terror. In fact, in 1893, the artist Edvard Munch painted his famous picture, The Scream, after seeing an exhibit of mummies like the Chachapoya. The Chachapoya mummies were preserved by keeping them dry in the rainforest. But in some parts of the world, mummies are created by keeping the body wet. That's what happened, by accident, in the peat bogs of northern Europe. Inside this Danish museum lie some of the most remarkable accidental mummies. A mummy like this can tell us a great deal about an ancient culture. When this body was found, people thought he was a missing schoolboy. But scientists determined that he was 30 when he died, in 300 BC. His remarkable condition was caused by the special qualities of the soil in which he'd been found. It's a kind of decayed moss called peat. For centuries, peat has been cut for fuel and fertilizer. It's cold, wet, and acidic, conditions that prevent organic matter from decaying. Peat cutters had found the body in 1952 at a depth of 5 feet. No one one knew what they'd found when they packed him up. Turned out to be a naked man in a leather cap with a noose around his neck. Other ancient bodies found in the bogs of northern Europe show similar signs of violent death. Who were these people? Criminals? Murder victims? The answer would emerge 35 years later in an English peat bog, when workers dug up a partially decomposed skull. A year later, in the same bog, they made another discovery. A well-preserved human foot. They called in archaeologist Rick Turner.
We walked the uncut sections of peat where they'd been working the previous day, and very quickly I found what I thought originally was a bit of a leather bag sticking out from the bottom of one of these uncut sections. We could see the pores of the skin.
Turner believed the body he'd found might be ancient, and he didn't want to damage it. So he removed the body in a large chunk of peat for further study.
I arranged to have a radiocarbon date done, and within 10 days we were told by the laboratory that the body was at least 1,000 years old.
A few days later, in a laboratory at the British Museum, scientists began to exhume the body. They revealed a man with his head tucked under his shoulders.
Muscle dissolves within the peat, and the bones lose their mineral, their sort of calcium. So you're left with a sort of spongy structure to the bone, which means that the bodies can get deformed and flattened.
The bones in his head had collapsed, but the skin was well preserved. So were his mustache and beard. He was 20 years old, 5 foot 2 inches tall, and weighed 114 pounds. They named him Lindo Man, after the bog where he'd been found. His scalp revealed that he also had met a violent end. He had deep wounds in his head. When they turned him over, they saw that he'd also been strangled with a rawhide cord tied in 3 knots. And under the right side of his chin, there's a deep knife wound.
He was unusually brutally killed and unnecessarily brutally killed. He was buried about 200 yards out on a very treacherous peat bog. He was almost certainly then deliberately placed within the peat.
The location of Lindo Man's body and the way he'd been killed helped solve his murder. "2,000 years ago, Northern Europe was the home of the Celtic people, who worshipped their 3 main gods at watery places, like peat bogs. Into the water they threw animals, treasure, and at times of great crisis, the ultimate sacrifice, human beings. Each of the 3 gods required his own form of killing: drowning, strangulation, or stabbing. That explains the 3-fold killing of Lindo Man. Carbon dating put his death at 45 AD, just when the Roman army was invading Celtic England. In the desert of western China, scientists have come to investigate another group of accidental mummies. Their very existence has challenged our understanding of when Westerners first came to China. 2,000 years ago, the Silk Road ran through this desert. It was the great highway of trade linking China and the West. Scientists had believed that Westerners first arrived in towns like this about 2,000 years ago. But they're revising that date because of the mummies. In 1997, Chinese government granted Western scientists a close look at the mummies in a local museum. The body was preserved in a nearby grave by the salty desert sand. Even more striking is the mummy of a woman. With her blonde hair, she resembles an ancient Celt, not a modern Chinese. But it's the year of her death that's most astonishing. Radiocarbon dating establishes that she died in 1000 BC, 1,000 years earlier than the first known arrival of Westerners. The most spectacular mummy of all is this 6'6" man with European features. He also is 3,000 years old. Who were these Westerners, and what were they doing in China 1,000 years before the Silk Road? The answer lies in their woolen clothes, some of the oldest woven cloth ever found. They're strikingly similar to the tartans and twills of Northwest Europe. The Chinese would not learn to weave wool until hundreds of years later. The scientists could now weave the evidence into an explanation. 5,000 years ago, people living in what is now Russia began to migrate. They brought with them the craft of weaving. Their descendants made contact with the Chinese and began the trade networks that would one day become the Silk Road. All mummies, whether created intentionally or by accident, share one thing in common: the cessation of the natural process of decay.
If a body were not preserved, it would start to change within hours. The body would actually distend and fill with gas and gradually liquefy.
Until the 1860s, most Americans were content to let nature take its course. They didn't preserve the dead, they just buried them. But that changed during the Civil War, and large numbers of young men began to die far from home.
During the war between the states, bodies were being shipped back by the train loads, and they were rotting and putrefying, and the stench was so great. So the embalmers started doing embalming as a private enterprise. Families were paying to have their loved ones prepared and sent back for that final visitation to prove that the death had occurred. It's mostly officers in the beginning, but after that, then it became more and more common.
Today, embalming is the norm in America. First, the body is washed, then disinfected. The eyes are covered with plastic caps, and the jaw is wired shut. Then a solution of formaldehyde and water is pumped into the arteries to replace the blood.
We inject the chemical at 5 pounds of pressure with a given rate of flow, so many ounces per minute, until we actually saturate the tissue of the body. Formaldehyde unites with the protein and actually solidifies the tissue, making it firm. A body may last anywhere from a week to 20, 30 years after being embalmed.
Creating mummies that lasted for centuries was an enormous achievement by the Egyptians and other ancient people. But it was not appreciated at first by later generations. When Arabs first dug up Egyptian mummies 1,000 years ago, they thought they'd been dipped in a tar they called mumia. Mumia was considered a powerful medicine, but it was in short supply.
People ground up pieces of mummy and they were sold in local apothecary shops for curing all sorts of diseases, and probably actually caused more diseases than they cured.
Most Westerners only learned about mummies after Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798. Hundreds of bodies were shipped home by French soldiers. Soon, all of Europe became mad for mummies. But the mummies were not treated with respect. They were mere curiosities.
In the 19th century, people would just unwrap them for fun to see what they looked like. And you had these invitations saying, please come to a at-home at Lord Lounsborough's house. Come, it takes champagne and a mummy unwrapping. So in those days, people would come more for shock value.
So many mummies were dug up, they became a cheap commodity. They were burned as firewood. The bandages were stripped off and turned into a pulp to make butcher paper. But attitudes changed dramatically in 1922 when archaeologists discovered the first untouched tomb of a pharaoh. Tutankhamun was just a minor ruler of the 18th dynasty. Images of his treasure captivated the world. Scientific investigation of mummies began to intensify. In 1968, a team of scientists arrived to perform the first thorough autopsy on King Tut. An earlier autopsy had already broken the body into pieces. X-rays revealed a hemorrhage at the base of the skull, and ever since, scientists have wondered if King Tut was murdered. Today, thousands of mummies from many cultures are on display in museums around the world. And our fascination with mummies continues to grow.
Mitsubishi Montero Sport, the fastest growing SUV in its class. Need one?
You're watching Mummies, the Real Story on the Discovery Channel.
Thank heaven for little...
Anna's driving me crazy. Ma chérie, it can't be that bad. She won't eat. She won't nap. I'm telling you, Mama. No, it's her favorite word.
MCI lets you call Western Europe for just 9 cents a minute all weekend long. So calling family over there is like calling family over here.
You've never seen such a difficult child. Oh, yes, I have.
Call 1-800-476-SAVE to sign up now and get 1 hour of free calling to anywhere in the world.
Some people dream in black and white.
others in colour. But 91% of you dream of going to Australia.
Stop dreaming. Come down now.
Get 2 weeks in Australia for just $14.99. Round trip on Qantas from Los Angeles and hotels in Sydney, Melbourne and the Great Barrier Reef.
Had a great time in your country. Why don't you come down and have some fun in mine? Come on.
Crocodile Dundee. What's he got that I haven't? Click onto Australia.com and get a 2-week vacation for only $14.99. You're watching the Discovery Channel.
Today, we're going to get a testimonial from a satisfied dollar rent-a-car customer. He's agreed to tell us how he found a low rate on the perfect car. And he'll tell you all about how Dollar's award-winning website made renting a car the easiest part of planning his vacation. Here he comes now. Let's hear what he has to say. That about says it all. So when you're planning a vacation, find out how far Dollar's low rates can take you. When great television high-tech shows make you want more tech action, go to Discovery.com and click on Tech. Find unique interactives that actually let you build your own roller coaster or dig a super tunnel. Search our aviation files for more on high-tech planes or take a virtual tour of an aircraft carrier. And bookmark our site for news and information on the latest gadgets. Discover something new every day. Go to Discovery.com. Click on Tech.
Coming up next, the FBI files, and later, Iceman, Mummy from the Stone Age, on the Discovery Channel. Real doctors. Real patients. Real lives. Week after week, follow the ongoing stories of the men and women who save lives. Every Thursday, go beyond the ER into the science, heart, and soul of medicine. Hospital, every Thursday at 9 on the Discovery Channel.
This about the high cost of going to the dentist? Call Argus today. An Argus dental plan will save you up to 80% of the dentist's fees and has no claim forms or deductibles. Plus, Argus provides you and your family with immediate coverage on all dental procedures at over 10,000 providers nationwide, regardless of your age or pre-existing conditions. And now, for a limited time, Argus will give you 3 months of free dental coverage. So if you need to see a dentist, call Argus and relax. Argus Dental, plans to save you money. If you've put off going to the dentist because you just don't think you can afford it, get relief. Call Argus today. An Argus dental plan will save you up to 80% of the dentist's fees and has no claim forms or deductibles. Plus, Argus provides you with immediate coverage on any and all dental procedures, regardless of your age or pre-existing conditions. And now, for a limited time, Argus will give you 3 months of free dental coverage. So if you need to see a dentist, call Argus today. But do it before it's too late. Argus Dental, plans to save you money.
In the last 2 decades, scientists have turned sophisticated new tools onto ancient mummies. They've been able to determine that arthritis and hardening of the arteries were common diseases in ancient Egypt. One new science holds vast promise, studying the DNA of ancient people.
We'd like to understand who were the ancient Egyptians. What kind of genes did they have that protected them from those types of diseases? Could that help us today by understanding their genetic makeup, comparing it with people who live today, finding the similarities and also looking at the differences?
The answer to these questions may lie in the Fayum Cemetery in the Egyptian desert. 135,000 commoners were buried here from 300 BC until 400 AD. It's the world's largest collection of mummies.
The mummies in the cemetery are actually not mummified in the same way that the royal pharaohs were mummified. They were simply wrapped in linens and placed in the sand, but the sand desiccated the bodies so rapidly that it preserved the tissues and the DNA inside those tissues in a remarkable state.
These mummies provide scientists with a broad sample of genetic material. Microbiologist Scott Woodward has been coming here since 1991. He learned that the best place to get DNA samples is from the teeth. But extracting DNA from an ancient tooth is difficult. It's much harder than taking it from living tissue. That's because DNA, like the rest of the body, decays over time. Woodward will try to isolate a single gene from the genetic material. He succeeds only once in every 10 tries. He has to keep filtering out the impurities. After he finds the gene, he makes copies of it and injects the samples into a block of gel. Ultimately, this will let him take a photograph of the gene. The genetic code is now spelled out as a series of black lines. But it's only a tiny fraction of the total DNA chain.
Ancient DNA is very poor quality. If we isolate the DNA from a living person, we can get very long chains of DNA. But from an ancient individual, we're lucky if we get chains of maybe 150 units or maybe 200 units.
Even this limited data has proved valuable. Woodward has found evidence that incest may have been widespread in Egypt, with brother marrying sister. But he has not only been examining the DNA of commoners. At the Cairo Museum, he's also been studying the genes of the most famous mummies in the world, the pharaohs and their families. Woodward is the only scientist allowed to take tissue from these mummies. Today, he wants to determine if this woman is related to King Tutankhamun. These mummies represent the embalmer's highest art. The chemicals used to prepare them damaged their DNA, as did X-rays centuries later. Strict rules now govern what tissue can be taken. The teeth are off limits, so he takes a sample from the nasal passage. Woodward hopes that his research will clear up final questions about Tut's lineage. Soon, he plans to extract a tissue sample from King Tutankhamun himself.
I can't close my eyes.
If you do one thing, you've done something. Come see what a Land Rover Discovery is made of.
You're watching Mummies, The Real Story on the Discovery Channel.
I'm actually going to med school. Actually, you're not. We lost our college fund.
Where'd it go? Someone decided to try a little day trading on his own.
I thought it'd be fun.
Don't worry about it, honey. You never look good in white anyway.
Next time, don't go it alone. Ask your financial advisor about the fund so many financial experts choose. Alliance Capital, the investment professional's choice.
It's allergy season.
Allegra season. Enjoy your world with once daily Allegra for people 12 and older. Side effects are low and may include headache, upper respiratory tract infection, and back pain. Ask your doctor for more information about Allegra and turn this allergy season into Allegra season.
Sometimes it's hard for him to breathe.
I used to use an inhaler to help, but recently my doctor switched me to a nebulizer.
His doctor said it would be better for him. And it's covered by Medicare. That makes life easier for us.
We found something else that makes life a lot easier.
If you use a nebulizer or inhaler to help you breathe and are covered by Medicare, Liberty Home Pharmacy can make life easier for you too.
Liberty delivers all his medications right to our door.
And they bill Medicare and our insurance company. We have no upfront costs and no forms to fill out.
Now we have more time for us.
If you're 65 or older, have emphysema, chronic bronchitis, or asthma, and are covered by Medicare, call this number for more information about home delivery of nebulizers and respiratory medications from Liberty Home Pharmacy.
Who wouldn't want more time for the fun things in life?
This is a news break from Discovery.com.
A Canadian study indicates red squirrels prepare for their offspring even before they're conceived. A female red squirrel may start building an extra storage of nuts up to 4 months before her offspring are born. 10 months later, one of her offspring leaves the nest with a stash of its own.
For the latest science and other news, go to Discovery.com News and watch Discovery News Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern. You're watching the Discovery Channel. Coming up next, the FBI files, and later, changing history, Iceman, mummy from the Stone Age. Every weeknight at 8, discover a series that takes you out of the ordinary and puts you on the inside. Weeknights at 8 Eastern and Pacific, because nobody takes you there like the Discovery Channel.
For 3,000 years, the Egyptians mummified their dead. The practice ended only around 650 AD when Islam forbade it. But the Egyptian way of death still attracts followers today, in some surprising places.
Hello, you have reached the offices of Summum. To leave a message for Summum, press 1. For mummification, press 2.
Inside this pyramid in Salt Lake City, the Summum Corporation may have taken the art of Egyptian embalming to its highest level. Today, they're demonstrating their mummifying technique on a living volunteer. It combines modern science with ancient ritual.
The ancient Egyptians, the ancient process was to take the body and draw out all of the moisture and completely dehydrate the body. Our goal is to replace the fluids that were within the body to preserve the body in a very natural form.
Summum's secret is a special embalming fluid made up of salts, alcohol, oils, and other chemicals. In the 1970s, funeral director John Chute tested the formula on a human cadaver.
She was a thin woman, and we only soaked her for 6.5 days. We did eviscerate her. We did remove all the organs from the body. We did leave the heart intact. We did not wrap her because of the research we were doing.
This is how one of her feet looked 14 years after the procedure. But Summum was still not satisfied.
It's a constant improving of that formulation. We're still doing some revamping. We've come up with a couple additional chemicals now that we feel are going to be much more beneficial.
Summum has yet to mummify a paying customer, but more than 100 people have signed up.
I've made the decision to be mummified. It's part of a belief, I guess, that I have about having a life and that life continues and that hopefully you evolve and progress. And watching Maggie be mummified actually helped me, educated me about what will happen to me.
Maggie died in 1996 at the age of 13. She became the 7th animal that Summum has mummified. Pets and humans will be mummified the same way. After soaking in the vat, the body will be wrapped in bandages and coated in polyurethane. That's to seal in the preserving fluids. Next comes a layer of glass cloth coated by epoxy resin. After being sanded smooth, the mummy will be placed in a customized bronze coffin called a mummiform.
100 years or 100,000 years, someone could discover the mummiform, cut through all of the wrappings, take the body out, and the body would be just as like you had a viewing like they just passed away yesterday.
45,000 years ago, the first human beings began to bury their dead. Ever since, people have wondered if death is an ending or a beginning. The answer is unknown, and the unknown makes us fearful. The ancient Egyptians faced this fear by making mummies. Many other people, it turns out, had the same idea. These ancient human remains are providing scientists with a remarkable window into the past. But mummies hold a fascination for us that goes beyond science.
Ancient mummies certainly do have an effect on us. It's a very intimate way of reaching back in time and realizing that they're really people, real live, honest-to-God people who lived. You're actually looking at the people who made history that you study.
You form a bond, a little bit of a connection with this ancient person. You want to know a little bit more about him, and you take that all the way through the process in the laboratory to the very end, and you go in and you look on that gel, and you see something that has been hidden from the world for 2,000 years.
Sometimes when I'm working with the mummies, I wonder about these people, what they were doing, what they were feeling. It's hard not to have an emotion. You feel connected. I mean, after all, there's something that's connected all humans, and that thing is death.
Ultimately, when we learn about mummies, we learn about ourselves.
To purchase a home video of the program you just saw, call now to order. For only $19.95 plus shipping and handling, you too can become part of the adventure. Journey to our world's farthest corners and beyond. From technology and expedition to the everyday how-to. Make Discovery's critically acclaimed and award-winning programming your very own. Quality and excellence. For only $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Call now to order. There's no thrill like Discovery. Headline cases, major crimes, from capture to conviction.
To make sure that the system worked.
Real life law and order. Don't miss The Prosecutors, Monday at 10 Eastern and Pacific on the Discovery Channel. This program includes dramatic reenactments of scenes which depict real events and contains material which is intended for a mature audience. Viewer discretion is advised.
As crack cocaine tore through Washington, D.C., a drug gang fought to take control.
I know there's something wrong, but I didn't know what it was. And the doctors told me.
About 60, don't you?
Yeah, about 60 somewhere along there.
What would happen to you when you started realizing that something was wrong?
Well, you just couldn't get no breath. You'd walk a little piece and you'd give out. Just panting for breath. And sometimes you couldn't hardly get it no way. Lots of times I've had to go to the hospital down here at the doctor, and they give me some shots and things. And I thought I was a goner.
Black lung, oh, your hands I see cold. As you reach for my life and you torture my soul, cold as that water hole down in that dark cave where I spent my life's blood digging my own grave.
When you start destroying the lung tissue, as occurs in miners who have pneumoconiosis and the end result of pneumoconiosis, there really isn't anything that you can do to restore the lungs. They're just simply destroyed. 170/100.
But you know, where you? I'm 67. 67.
Well, you could see your buddy on the other side of the car. We'd be covered just black. We don't make every color when you went in it. You all look the same when you came out. Right?
All brothers.
That's right. When you came out, the whites looked like the blacks, so it wasn't any different. So you know you was getting plenty dust.
There are also miners that are working and who are very symptomatic, but who don't dare quit unless they can be reassured that they have sufficient impairment that they'll be able to collect some sort of disability benefits. And it's a kind of a negative system, because what we do is we really force them to keep working until they become that disabled.
He went to the boss man, but he closed the door. Well, it seems you're not wanted when you're sick and you're poor. You're not even covered in their medical plans, and your life depends on the favors of man.
We want to do the right thing about coal workers' pneumoconiosis, but we think that the best informed medical opinion will show you that it's not true that the inhalation and retention of coal dust in the lungs necessarily results in any impairment of pulmonary function, and that on the contrary, only a relatively small portion of coal miners who have coal dust retained in the lungs have any resulting impairment of pulmonary function, much less disability.
This is one of your brother's lungs, and this is what it looks like at autopsy, and this is why he died. That's preventable.
Other countries have done it. Other countries have made tremendous strides. So, for example, the Australians believe that they've completely eliminated the problem of lung disease in their coal miners.
Down at the graveyard, the boss man came with his little bunch of flowers. Dear God, what a shame. Take back those flowers. Don't you sing no sad song. The die has been cast now. A good man is gone.
It turns out that 1969 was a year for an election for the United Mine Workers Union. And with all the dissatisfaction that was going on, there was really, for the first time, I guess, in the union's history, there was really open talk of people opposing Tony Boyle.
40 years I have to work in a mine to get a pension. A meager pension at that. And I suppose when I do quit, which will be in 2 years because I can't stand it anymore, I won't be able to get silicosis because you have to be dead.
I doubt Tony Boyles ever knew what coal dust is on his hands. Oh, he's sitting back there, up there in Washington, drawing a big amount of money. What for? He don't even know what the miners goes through. And the hell with them. That's the way I feel.
Boyle's doing nothing for the widows. Boyle's doing nothing for the pensioners. I'll give you this. I'll give you that. I'll give you pie. If I can reach high enough in the sky. In the sweet by and by.
Well, the coal miners in this country are damn sick and tired of having a national president of its organization that's in bed with the coal operators.
Clarksville, Pennsylvania is not too far from here. Coal miners were hoping for a brighter new year. But for Jockey Blonsky, his daughter and wife, the new year brought an ending to their precious life. Well, it's cold-blooded murder, friends, I'm talking about now. Who's gonna stand up and who's gonna fight? Better clean up that union, put it on solid ground, and get rid of that dirty trash, keep the working man down.
Now we have 9 paid holidays. And I think the one that tops them all is the holiday for your birthday. Every miner is given the opportunity to work on his birthday, and he receives triple time for working on his birthday. I think that's really something to be proud of. And this is the thought and the idea and the accomplishment of President Boyle.
You know, when they asked me how many terms do you want, you know how many terms I told them? I said, just as long as the Supreme Being up there gives me the intellect and the health to carry on, and the membership elect me to office, that's how many terms I want until I'm 180 years of age.
Can you tell us just where the bodies were found and some of the circumstances surrounding the discovery?
Well, the daughter was in a bedroom adjoining the master bedroom, and Mrs. Jablansky were in the master bedroom.
The events in Washington, Pennsylvania show that murder is as institutionalized within the UMWA as it is in the mafia. The order to kill the whole family if necessary, was as routinely transmitted and carried out as an order to call a strike or settle a grievance.
We loved and admired our father. We respected him. And my brother and I would like to carry him to his final resting place. But we deem it proper to do otherwise. My brother Joseph, with our cousins from my mother's family, will carry our mother. And I, with our cousins from my father's family, will carry our sister Charlotte. We entrust our father to the coal miners whom he loves so much.
Oh, death, please spare me over for another year. Please spare me over for another year. The children pray, the preacher preach, time and mercy's out of reach. To death I come to take the soul, leave the body and leave it cold. Take the skin right off the brain, earth and worms both have their claim. Oh, death, please spare me over for another year. Please spare me over for another year.
In 1969, there wasn't any reform organization. This is 1972, and this is the year for Miners for Democracy. Now you can look around and see your brothers in other districts who are willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with you
to throw Boyle and his crowd out for once and for all.
I'm proud of the honor of heading up the slate of rank-and-file candidates for the international offices for rank-and-file miners. We must have a safety program that will guarantee our members a safe journey to and from the mines, not one which accepts that we must lose 200 or 300 men every year in mining. I want to make it plain that my commitment is to the rank-and-file miner.
When the 9th of December rolls around, we'll have our election day. And Boyle, you better sit up and listen. Here's what we're gonna say. Oh, Tony Bennett's talked too long, been stealing all our pay. But Miller is here and the time is near. They're coming to reckoning day.
Now pronounce you President of United Mine Workers of America.
Congratulations.
Which office was this?
This was Boyle's old office, and the other one was Suzanne Richards' old office. Neither lives here anymore.
I do sign a 20-cent royalty for Peabody Coal Company. What'd you say?
Mr. Boyle was giving a civil deposition when he was intruded upon by 3 FBI agents. I think that's grossly unfair.
I never expected that was going to come through anything like this. Why?
Paul?
Because I had no forewarning.
What about the charge itself?
Suppose I read the charge. I'm not supposed to say anything,
As you read the charge, what? Bad as the killers are, a Zealy and a Gilly and whatever they may be. They don't compare to the people at the top who would use the blood and sweat of miners to finance their killing. Excuse us, please. Excuse me.
The United Mine Workers today is a labor organization of rank-and-file miners, led by rank-and-file miners, for rank-and-file miners, and that's the way it ought to be.
I want to introduce to all of you now, and I expect that most of you already know her, Miss Florence Reese.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying of black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody, too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs a contract till hell freezes over. They've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, as 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
What about this gun being pulled?
Oh, he pulled it right there. He pulled that thing for you. He had it concealed in a rag.
He told me that he'd blow us if we got that way again. He would mow us down. I told him, I said, I'll see you in federal court Monday if you say that again, sir. We're here on peaceful business. And so he put it back in his holster then, wrapped it back up in a rag, and got back in his car.
But he did pull the gun and point it. That's Basil Collins. That's the gun thug. He is a known strike breaker. That man is the gun thug. He's the same one that came up here before. And he had the gun in the car whenever Reb was talking to him. And he's cruising around here now, going up and down, trying to find out who's here.
Who are you working with, honey?
What?
Who do you work with? Will you show me your press card? Show me your press card.
Okay. What's your name, sir?
My name is Basil Collins.
Do you work here?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your position here?
Line foreman.
How do you feel about the people picketing out there?
Well, I don't have no comment on that.
And you, sir?
Same thing. Where's this press card you was going to show me?
Can I see your identification?
Ma'am?
May I see your identification?
Yes, ma'am. If I had him, I'll swear I've lost it. All I do is just say
I think I might have misplaced mine, too.
Okay. Okay.
But he had the nerve enough, believe it or not, to run for sheriff.
We're not going to have the violence of the 30s. The conditions are not the same.
There is probably nothing illegal or immoral about the union trying to get the best contract they can, including the one they have with everyone else. On the other hand, the fact that somebody else has made a contract with the United Mine Workers doesn't raise any obligation on our part, as I see it, legally or morally, to accept that contract any more than we could go to the union and say we want you to accept the Southern Labor Union contract, which we have at 2 other mines.
Is it as simple as that? You do not want the major industry agreement with United Mine Workers. That is the 1971 agreement.
It's that simple. Yes, sir. You want to make it simple.
We'll bug him a little bit this morning, play with him a little bit. That's what you say, don't you? You can tell the difference, can't you? I'm as gentle as a newborn baby.
This one was the first time they went to work. All of them had guns and pistols. And it was just, it was really bad, I thought.
Hold this up. Hold this up. Come here, girl. Fire full of trouble here. Hey, here's a gun, boy. Get rid of that gun. Let's go, boys. Let's go, man. Let's go.
I'm not happy about it. We can't hold them. We could hold them, but we can't hold them with all the guns they got. They got guns. We don't got them. They allowed to carry guns and sticks. We can't have nothing but a knife and a whip rock. That's right.
Hey, we just heard that Mickey Master, president of Brookside Local, house was shot up last night by some high-split employees. They called his name to get him to come outside, and he went out the back door and they opened up their own machine gun.
Right here is one shot. Up here is a shot. And then right here is a shot. I'm sure it was scabs, gun thugs east over his heart because there ain't nobody else that want to do anything like that to me. I've never bothered anybody.
They shooting down there beside the house and we all slept on the floor. Honey, I was shooting. Yes, that's 16 times like that. Have knocked me out of bed. And the kids was all in there crying. Scared to death. Makes my blood boil.
If we don't want it to come back to the 30s and bloody Harlem, and all of this crowd, women and men, can get out on the picket line 2 or 3 times, we've got it made. If you're afraid to go to sleep and can't wake up, just stay up all night. Let's not let it happen to come back to the 30s, because I was here, I see children hungry, crying for something to eat. And, I can't take it. I'll be out. If I get shot, they can't shoot the Union out of me.
If you don't want your husbands to die in a coal mine, I'll see you in the morning out on the picket line. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? We're fighting for a contract. We're fighting to be free. And the picket line is a long line. There's room for you and me. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
We find 2 or 3, sometimes 4 pickets. Very rarely are we finding 6. Now, where are all these people that was raised in hell because they couldn't have 50 on these picket lines? Now, the understanding in this local union was that strike benefits would be paid and every man would pull his share of picket duty. Right or wrong? Right. All right, then what in the hell's going on around here?
Let me tell you something. When I was on the picket line, you was in bed, and you was in bed. So don't tell me. And so I know. Yeah, but we went to jail. And you went to jail. You went to jail. Who else went to jail? Was you the only one? No. You never come back. We stayed over there as long as we could stay without going back.
I call for a moment of silence.
She's not done nothing but cause trouble. You know, you make me sick. Well, you make me sick, too. I make me sick that they come to you and tell you what they tell me, that you're running around with their husbands, that you're trying to take their husbands away. Well, okay, then if they told me you're an alcoholic and everything else.
I don't care who takes whose man, who lives with whose man, or what they do. If they take mine and take him on, they can have him. I'll shed no tears. I'm not after a man. I'm after a contract. I'm raising 2 boys. I tell you, we can't let our brother down. We got to stand on solid ground, and then we're going to go through.
If we're going to start letting personal people feel down each other personally getting away, then we're not going to be able to accomplish anything.
I don't count myself nothing big in the club. I don't count myself no bigger than nobody else. The rest of them has more to do with it than I do, because my husband is mashed up in mine. Retard on the east over just pushed us off. Was pushed off before the rent was up and all of that. Then smashed up there. Daddy's down with coal dust from that mines. I went to school, the age of school. I got part of the 6th grade because Daddy got $8 and something a shift. Nothing to go to school on. After going overalls and haul out slate for a living after I grow that, coal out of it and sell it. And walk off of that mountain from that mines to school, and they're all barned up there, and not even a light in it. I've got Mom's school oil lamps. I've got her stove barns to sit in there for them to look at, and walk it to school and back.
And I know everybody's disappointed we don't have a bigger crowd, and we're disappointed that more people haven't come in. But when you get down to it in this fight, and like in any other fight, you got to depend on yourselves. Nobody in the end's going to do it for you. The union's going to back you, and we're going to do all we can, but you got to win this fight yourselves. Now, it's the first time East Kentucky has stood up against the coal operators, and you're doing it. And when you win, you're fighting for your kids and your grandkids. Every one of them will have a better life because of what you're doing here. And that's why the fight's so hard. If there wasn't so much at stake, they wouldn't be fighting you this hard. They wouldn't shoot into your homes if there wasn't so much at stake. And if they're not enough on the picket line, then when you come to the picket line on the way, stop by and pick someone up and knock on his door and ask them to come along with you.
Bob, are you going to be there? It's picket line hospital.
Y'all don't know what y'all going up against at first. It's a thug that's sitting there in the highway with guns in their hands. We can't do nothing except get up there and wiggle.
Well, how do you feel about it, Tommy? I mean, how do you feel about us coming up there? I don't want to go up there against their will. I want to be welcomed by the...
Well, we've been expecting you for a month.
Now, we've got a new president, Sudie Crusenberry, as our new president, so let's give her a hand. And we've got two treasurers, co-treasurers, Dorothy Johnson and Marilyn Ferguson. So let's give them. I'm really tickled that we've got this many people out, today, and all of us out. And I think that one thing it's helped us. As last week we had such a struggle, but I think that what's come out of it is good. Come on. Yeah. You shouldn't carry it with you like that. It's got safety. And if it wouldn't shoot us, I might do that anyway. I want you to move the needle, Lord. Oh, tell them I started out with a switch on that picket line, but I'm ended up now carrying a gun. I mean, all the time, too. Hell, especially since what's happening up there at High Center. And knowing them and seeing a machine gun. No. It's time to... Well, you'd be crazy not to carry a gun now. Well, all right. Are y'all going to be back at 6? Well.
Keep going that way, buddy.
Get away from me.
Take them back over there and take your pants off, Angel.
All right, man, let's break it up now. Further bridge, that's these people in.
You know that nigger? That nigger is better man than you will ever be. He's a better man than you will ever be. 3 or 4 damn old gun thugs get on him and start kicking a woman and hitting a woman, and then another one come over and start beating a man and getting 4 or 5 of them on him, and then see a Basil Collins holding a gun and calling a union man that believed in these union men, saying, I want you to get that nigger. You hear that nigger? Get that nigger. I'm sick of it. And it's time for us to stand together and get just as violent as they are. Right. They're violent, so by God, you fight fire with fire.
It seemed like they were pretty well organized to me this morning. And we're going to have to get a little tighter organized. We're going to get together, the women are going to get together and be responsible for 10 women each, or 10 people up there each at 4 o'clock.
If you women going to bring 10 each, then the men ought to be able to say, well, we'll bring 5, or we'll bring 10, or we'll bring 15. And that would be working together.
You're going to have to get some more black people out too, because you look odd up there.
I am, Mom.
They want us to sit by and watch them shoot, and not us shoot back. And the police is not going to do nothing about it, either. They're
No,
for
we know that. Just fight back. Just attack the hell out of them. And not run. Let your conscience be your guide. I never run. I had one. One's all I could handle. But I got him, and he didn't come no farther. And if there's enough of us up there, and we can get one, if each one of us can get one, hell, we can do it.
Men, women, and children, all. It's time to stand up and be counted. Don't you going to be thrown back for 500 years.
Now, we're going to have a picket line in the morning. And we hope to have a big picket line. It's going to be set up a little bit different, like. Well, we can't have a picket line to bridge with a 30 caliber machine gun shooting at you. These ladies are setting it up. But we're going to have to get out there and back them. That's all there are to it. They come up to back us, and we're not even backing them. And it's pretty disgusting. So we'd like to see, we know about who ain't been there. We'd like to see you out there once in a while. Anybody got any questions? Bob? Hell, I'm afraid too, but I can walk right. That's pretty shaky up there. We got some good though. Anything anybody want to bring up? Come on up here. You sure can.
If there's anybody in here that can't or is not with us and can't go with us in the morning, I'd rather for them to leave before that I finish this, because I do want to know if we're going to have these people here or if we can depend on them or what. Because if we can't, we're not going to go up there no more and have those machine guns shot at us and have the gun thugs are coming across and attacking us. We're not going to do that. Now, we're with you, and we'll stick with you. All these women, we got a whole gang of them that says they'll go with them tomorrow, and we're going to be at Mac in the morning at 5 o'clock. Now, we're not going to go any earlier than that, because if we do, we're just sitting ducks for them. And they'll wait for us. And we're not going to tell you where we're going to set up the picket line until in the morning. If you want to know where the picket line is going to be set up, you'll be at Mac in the morning at 5 o'clock. We need every man and woman. There's enough Brookside pickets and High Cliff pickets and women that those scabs wouldn't mean a thing if we get all of them up there. But we're not going to do it laying in bed.
Think they're going to shoot at us today?
Shot at us yesterday.
What about today?
I don't know.
You scared?
I hope not. Yeah. Ain't you? I just hope nobody gets hurt.
I don't believe. Now, we just seen them because we got people out all night.
Let them buy some scabs, Tom, who got our gun now.
They may not.
They were too good. No, they ain't going to do nothing bad like that. No, they don't keep doing that. You get all disgusted.
All right. Get together then, boys.
Gotta get it wet railroad, folks. Get it over here a little bit.
Bill calls, right?
We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's standing by the water. We shall not be moved.
wasn't blocking the road. They was blocking the road. They said it's blocked all day.
All we were doing was
Hold up, You put the car there. It's either remove it or I'll call the record to it.
That's neutral, ain't it? No, it's not. No, it's not neutral. And you know it's not neutral. It's not neutral. You know what it is. And I'll tell you, you know what I told you? I don't give a damn how much money you make in it as being a sheriff, but don't go against the union. That's all I ask. And when you that's the only thing I ask.
Baby, you can stand here and raise hell all you want to. This road's got to be cleared.
All right, will you go up there and shoot machine guns across the highway?
No, he won't.
No, he won't.
No, he won't.
They know
no, he won't do it.
Why don't you go in? You weren't up there yesterday.
No, he won't. When they beat us, and whenever they beat that 17-year-old boy, he won't. I mean, I see him. You know what, Billy? Gee, that was told to me, and I wouldn't believe it before the election. I was told that you did. It really was. We're not hungry.
See, Mr. Williams?
Base cop, right there.
Right there. I want you to install Basil Bass in jail.
You won't do it.
We're going to my to do my job.
Okay. Yeah, you can.
All right. Somebody pay me $7 for the fee of the rest.
Hell, you have it all. By God, we'll get you up $100.
Now look, I ain't going to do my job. I just have to be part of it.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it. Okay, now let's see.
Do him in priority, though.
He'll be arrested, but
okay, beat him arrested.
Get him right there.
It'll go to it. Arrest for what? Disorderly conduct, I guess. I don't know. Possession of a deadly weapon. Once again, that's part of the job. And moving in cars part of the job also. I'll be pretty quick soon as we get this thing moved. I get my men to work. I'll do the I want to see that you move, then we're going down. All right. Move back from his truck.
Get away from my truck.
Let's move back from the truck.
No, you're right. You come get up and get down. No, sir, you're right.
It's not a one-sided thing, Lois. Now, I'm going to take him down, but I'm also moving that car.
You're letting him drive himself to town after he gets up there. That's what you're doing.
What's the difference? So
no, there's a lot of difference. There's a lot of difference. I'll tell you one thing, if they got a warrant for us, you can come and take us to jail.
Lois, you're taking things in your own hands. You're considering, you're thinking one way and no other way.
Oh, no, but how other way are they to think, Billy? Whenever you get shot at with machine guns, they shot at us with machine guns.
How many of your men have I up and hauled off to jail?
This is the first time you come in, I will say that, but this is shot me. This is absolutely shot me to death.
So be it. You're down here on a public highway now. You're not up there at the picket line. You're not at Brookside on the picket line. You're here in the middle.
Up there, they shooting machine guns at us.
Yeah, they can also transfer them down here if they're going to kill you. And you know that.
Yeah, but see, we've got a better chance down here.
Well, nevertheless, that car's got to go.
When they buy the sheriff, we shall not be moved by the tree. Standing by the water, we shall not be moved. We shall not be, we shall not be moved. We shall not be, we shall not be moved.
Well, we're going to try to get them organized and give them these brothers a little help.
I think it's a great day.
It's really rejoicing to me.
All the way. Join the march. Join the march.
We're Harlan County Union from the top of our head to the sole of our foot.
Do you think that the company has any possibility of making this right?
Well, at this particular time, I don't think so. The show of strength on the part of our membership here and the general public awareness in East Kentucky indicates to me that it isn't going to be easy, but we're going to be successful.
Do you have any idea how long this may go, and are you prepared to
It's pretty hard to say how long it's going to go, but we're here to stay, as I said earlier.
Yeah, but my name is Sam. I'm a shuttle car driving man. Said my name is Sam. I'm a shuttle car driving man. With a 6-stick wheels rolling, up 1410 on the road. I'm never ending bell I'm rolling. Well, there may not be a very big part I play, but I'm going to work hard at it every day. So it's no rush to you. And I'll keep on doing my dirty work underground. Yeah, but my name is Sam, I'm a shuttle car driving man. Said my name is Sam, I'm a shuttle car driving man. With 6-stick wheels rolling, up 1410 on the road. A never-ending bell I'm rolling.
I don't know of any time in coal mine history when the president, principal officers of the International Union have come into the coal fields during an organizing battle. It was most gratifying to me to see busloads in here from Indiana and Illinois. I think if I were a books inspector, I think that would mean something to me.
To bring people hundreds of miles to just march around town and listen to a couple of speeches don't make too much sense to me. That although it generated a lot of enthusiasm and fortified, maybe strengthens people's morale here, a lot more could have been done when they came here. That we could have, for example, marched down to Brookside and confronted Yarborough face to face, who was sitting at the Brookside office during the day. We could have gone to High Splint and expropriated their machine guns. And the miners here, I'm convinced, were ready to do something like that.
It's going to be better on everybody. They show Norman Yarborough, he don't run Harlan County. They show Judge Hoggs, he don't run Harlan County. And if you people don't get out here and help us out, we ain't going to get nothing right. But we want you down there at 5 o'clock. That's a sunrise revival at Brookside, Kentucky.
What you stand behind your head? Come over.
We don't know what caused the shooting or nothing, but we can figure it was just a disagreement for the mine workers. He was shot in the face.
We helped bring him over here.
What happened?
Shot in the face with a shotgun. Who shot it? The goddamn scam. Bill Bruner.
That's brain saying to turn off a goddamn feather when he tried to do something.
That's what a scab does to a person by God when they're not looking. See a little shit of piss ain't screwing off a goddamn man's brain while they're in one hospital dying. Maybe shot all the hell or something.
Been through this?
Most Jones. You got dick shot in the goddamn head, wife.
Yeah, my son's fighting for it, and that's what he got shot on.
Got 2 sons fighting.
Yeah. My other son too. He gets at high split.
How long have you been married?
Almost a year.
How old are you?
16.
Do you have any children?
No.
Are you proud of your husband?
Yeah.
What made him decide to go on the picket lines?
To the union, I guess.
Yeah, he's a union man, that's why. I want my kids all to be union. I don't want them to be a yellow backscatter. I don't want to be kicked around like it we was when we was kids. And my daddy, he worked all his life and didn't get a thing before he died. Worked all his life in coal mines, and we never did see him either. Till we just sleep in the bed, Mommy give us what we had to eat, and we'd go to bed. He'd eat when he'd come. He'd be gone when we got out of bed. Then whenever he got too old to work the mine, they just kicked him out to die. They didn't care, because there wasn't no union then. And I don't want my kids to be like that. I want my kids to stick up for their rights and be a union man.
Well, next time somebody gets up in our meeting and says, let's have non-violence, don't bother them. Let's kick their goddamn ass.
The women get up there and they get up there and they'll park their car across the road and they get up there and say what they think we hide behind the goddamn car.
Don't you know, Bob?
I'll be honest with you, I done got enough goddamn shot down busting my goddamn thing. Non-violence. We don't have no power. We stand back there and we don't say a goddamn thing. We don't even do nothing.
Most of you were real close friends with Lawrence Jones. He left a 16-year-old wife and a 5-month-old daughter. But I think at this time that we should at least wait till the morning and not let things get out of hand. I've just talked to Chip Jablonski and Rick Banks, and they've asked me to tell you that the company and the union is talking and that they're close.
Looks to me like the best part is to be trying to get old Yarborough and old Basil Commons.
Amen.
Now that's them the leaders, boys. Them the leaders. And there's some way if they can be God. There's plenty of big trees down there, and there's plenty of high-powered rifles. I went in them back in the 30s. I know this exactly. I've seen them, buddy. I've seen them carrying and putting ambushes, and I've seen men get right out and open. So I tell everybody, take the shelter if you can and lay the lead to them.
Amen, brother.
The contract is what we are fighting for. That's what Lawrence Jones died for. To get a contract. But I told his family, I said it was for a good cause. And what I said, why couldn't it be somebody like me, some old man just about spent anyhow? But it took a young man's life to bring this thing, the government, and the union, and the operators together. If this shooting had to happen, probably this contract, might not have been a meeting to negotiate a contract. But every contract that we've ever got has been hard. We've had to fight for it. I've been all around the blood shed back down in the 30s. Blood all around me. Where men died right around my feet for a contract. And I think if we ever did hold our peace, let's try to hold it tonight. The price has been paid for it.
What will I leave behind? After I leave the world unknown, what will I leave behind?
Oh,
the river just a little bit, don't
When you believe in something strong enough that you're ready to die for it, that's when you get it. Because that's what happened to Lawrence Jones. He believed in it so strong, and he was ready to die for it, and he did. But it could have been me, it could have been anybody that was out there on the picket line. I feel like that this is just a little pebble on the beach, because we've got a lot of organizing to do in Harlan County. Because Harlan County will be UMWA coal.
I guess that I'd have to say that as much as we fought down here and as hard as we fought, I don't think if it was for that young boy, Lawrence Jones, I doubt if we would have got a contract as fast as we did.
I'd like to pass a motion that we accept this contract. Somebody make the motion. All Brookside miners stand for count. All right. Sit down. Everybody sit down.
The ayes have it and so ordered.
The ayes have it and so ordered.
Contracts accepted.
Contract accepted.
The only thing I hate about this is kind of the boy getting killed, you know, and it all hadn't come to something. Of course, we expected that. I really expected more, you know, than that to happen, and probably would have if it had been on, you know, this week and next week.
That's right. We all knew that it was coming, but we didn't know who or when.
Do you feel you've been changed by the strike?
Oh, yes.
How so?
Many different ways. I can look for a future now.
I feel good about it. After 13 months, waiting to see, you know, him go back to work. Boy, it's been a long time.
I always said I wouldn't go up there, but I did.
I did. I said I wouldn't go, but when I said him go, his fight's my fight, so I'm going to stand beside of him, fight too.
If this had just been a Harlan County strike and there hadn't been publicity, there hadn't been a fight against their rate increase, there hadn't been a fight against their stock, Duke Power wouldn't have given a damn about any of the pressure down here, because all we had was their coal, and we never had shut off enough of that to hurt their stockpiles up until the end. And the same thing with Lawrence. They never would have cared if Lawrence Jones died in Harlan. It would have been a 2-inch paragraph in the Harlan Daily Enterprise, and Carl Horn wouldn't have given a goddamn about it. And so I don't think a strike is won by any one thing. It was won by a lot of different people in a lot of different ways fighting together and playing different roles. And the other thing we're trying to do is investigate how the fix was put in here in Harlan.
What fix?
Well, it's pretty clear that when a man commits murder and the state police charges him, and witnesses say that he fired on the man unprovoked, that a grand jury is duty bound to indict him. But this grand jury was Harlan County, and it seemed like, despite the fact we had won a contract, not that much had changed here. It was just like in the old days. If a company kills a man, the company gets let off. If one of our people had shot any company man throughout this strike, he'd be serving 25 years now. Bill Bruner is scot-free.
Once a concession is won, and once a strike is won, that the workers have to move right on to the next struggle. And if they don't, the concession that was won, you're going to lose it. But there's two types of ways to win strikes and concessions. And the first type is where the workers fight and struggle and force the concessions out of the mine owners or factory owners or who have you. And these strikes are strikes that are won from below. The other type of strike is strikes that are given to you from above. Whenever anybody gives you something, they don't give you nothing for nothing. To get something and be given it, you're going to have to give up something.
PCOA member companies ought to be expected to provide substantially higher levels of wages and benefits. It is essential, be necessary for the bargaining parties to give serious consideration to contract provisions which will contribute significantly to increased production and productivity.
The membership of our union no longer was willing to accept $2 more a day and a bar of soap and a towel in the bathhouse. The main areas of concern to our membership, it's been well established and should be recognized by everyone in this country, particularly the coal operators. Safety is our highest priority.
The men's asking for more than they did before, and they're going to get it. They either get it or there won't be no coal.
The strike, they've been looking forward to this. This is a big thing for the miner. He will better his lot after today, because when Miller took office, he said that he was going to get the miner what he was entitled to.
Okay, fly track.
They're starting now from the work area, and they're coming to what we call the manway. They'll be coming up the cage in another 32 minutes. They'll all be out, God willing.
Well, I think that ratification is great. We have something to say about it.
Fairy retirement, more vacation. Yeah, better vacation, sick pay.
It'll be ratified first time, if not at least a $15 a day increase.
You've been through this before.
Many a time. 6 months, one time.
Are you afraid of going on strike?
No, I'm not afraid. I don't want to see no strike, definitely. No miner wants to strike. There's no contract, no work. And if it's not a good one, we get ratified.
It would have never gone the way it has if we'd have been able to vote before. Just like Boyle, we didn't vote. He says, "Oh, this is what they'll take." And so that's what we had to take, is what they give us. Now we're going to take what we want. See you later.
Even those who criticize it acknowledge it's probably the best agreement that's been made in any industry in modern times.
Mr. Miller, do you expect to recommend ratification of this contract to the membership?
I will recommend ratification of this contract to the membership. Sir?
Will you have a right to strike at the local level?
No.
Do you anticipate that will cause you any trouble in ratification, since that's one of the things?
No, I'm sure there's some divergent views among the membership, and I never expected 100% ratification, but I'm confident the membership will ratify.
You can't take the right strike away from miners. If you go through the proper grievance procedure and it doesn't work, you have only got one right left, the right to strike. And if you take that away from a man, you've had it. It's not in the agreement, but it's not ruled out. Well, I like to have it. Well, I can't speak for everyone.
Well, let me step out here and talk to you privately. Yeah. That's 35.
The International is going to change the whole ratification process without giving any reason for it. They're trying to keep us apart. He could be getting pressure from the government. He could be getting pressure from the companies. It's hard to say. We don't know. That's what the problem is. We don't know, and we're not being told.
Everybody was under the impression, I think, when Miller was elected, that he was the man for the job. Yes. I mean, everybody...
Well, he acted.
Everybody,
he act like it.
He's an honest man, but he's no match for them bunch of clowns in there, because that is their job. He's honest. He got bad.
Coal companies don't need to tell you they can't afford this either, because they're owned by the oil companies and power companies, and who has more money in the world than those people? Yeah, so they can afford everything.
I tell you what. The company kept the apple. It throwed us the core.
You look at these coal companies. You look at Consolidated Coal, 181 goddamn % profits. You look at Piston, 886. You know, Christian Bucks, they're giving us a goddamn 5 more days vacation.
This is unprecedented, isn't it, Mr. Secretary, for a Secretary of the Treasury to accept something like this?
I don't think it's unprecedented, no. I think this is a very serious issue in the economic area in our country, and a prolonged coal strike would have very serious economic implications. So as the chief economic spokesman, I consider this my very deep responsibility to attempt to work toward a resolution of this issue.
What is your reaction to the government stepping in at this time?
Well, I hope that we can resolve the matter ourselves, but it's the way I feel about it.
Some of this contract is got some good, but most of this contract is against you.
What contract? As far as I can see, there's no contract at all.
Take it and read it and shut up.
That's what I did with the last one. You work 3 years in Wheeling Steel, you can get 13 weeks.
Well, you're not working at Wheeling Steel.
No,
you're
but
working at a coal
I
mine.
ain't working in the hole all the time. I'm to work down the hole, too, and I deserve just as much as he gets. What about your high cost of living? What about your sick leave? 5 goddamn days.
You been off sick?
I can't afford to get sick. I have to spend all my money going to the doctor getting doctor slip.
They got the cost of living index set up for people making $2 and $3 an hour, where we should be on a 0.3 or 0.25 instead of a 0.4. That's right. It's a joke.
Let's keep doing that.
What are yes before?
She 104, 105, 106, 107.
The 1974 bituminous coal wage agreement has been ratified by the membership of the United Mine Workers. The figures for those voting for is 44,754 and 34,741 voting against.
I think that we have a great contract. I think our people will adapt themselves to it. They will be more familiar with it as they work along with it.
And it's my hope that we can now get on with the job of running this union and doing the kind of organizing job that will make the United Mine Workers #1 in the country again.
I'm directing the membership of our United Mine Workers Organization, labor organization, back to work.
I'm glad to get back.
Feel you got a good contract?
I felt mine's all right. I got a good raise. I'm happy about it. I'm not too worried.
Morning. How do you feel about going back to work?
Well, going to work, I don't feel like working any time, but I have to go.
You feel you got a good contract?
Well, not for the old timers, we don't have a good contract.
Why not?
Well, we ain't going to get too much benefit. You take 3 years ago, the coal miners were supposed to be getting $50 a day. 3 years. Within 6 years, that's in 76. I still won't be getting $50 a day with these new rates in there. And the papers had reports 3 years ago that they'd start up $50. But now, after 6 years, I still won't be making $50.
When are you going to be able to retire?
Well, I'm maybe old enough to retire now, but I couldn't live off $150 a month. So I got to go to work.
Hey, have a safe day.
Well, I'm going to try.
It was a fight before and it's still a fight. Fight before we had the union, still fighting. And they're going to keep fighting. Coal miner will always be fighting.
United we stand, divided we fall. For every dime they give us, a battle must be fought. So working people, use your power to key to liberty. Don't support that rich man style of luxury. There ain't no way they can ever keep us down. Oh no, ain't no way they can ever keep us down. We won't be bought, we won't be sold, if we treated right, well that's their goal. And there ain't no way they can ever keep us down.
But you have got them going now, and you gotta keep them going. If you don't, God bless America, you're down.
that we get a grievance procedure that has the right to strike in it so that we can fight the companies and win our grievances.
We've been shot and we've been jailed, Lord. Kids and sin, women and little children stood right by the men. But we got that union contract that keeps the workers free, and they'll never shoot that union out of me. And they'll never shoot that union out of me. Oh no, never shoot that union out of me. Got a contract in our hands signed by the blood of honest men, and they'll never shoot that union out of me.
If you get those junctions lifted, you get those junctions drunk, automatically you got the right to strike.
Well, the power wheel is rolling, rolling right along, and the government helps keep it going, going strong. So working people, get your help from your own kind. Your welfare ain't on that rich man's mind. Your welfare ain't on that rich man's mind. Oh no, your welfare ain't on that rich man's mind. They want the power in their hand, just keep down worker, and your welfare ain't on that rich man's mind. And they'll never, never, never keep us down. Oh no, never, never, never keep us down. They can cheat, lie, frame, or steal, but we'll stop that big wheel, and they'll never, never, never keep us down.